Welcome, YouTubers, to another episode in my Grammar Hero series. In this video, there's going to be 179 practice test questions that should closely mirror what you should expect to see in the mathematics knowledge subtest of both the Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery, that is the ASVAB, as well as the pre-screening Internet Delivered Computer Adaptive Test, that is the PiCAT. On the actual ASVAB and PiCAT, you'll have 20 minutes to answer 16 questions. In other words, you have to be able to solve these questions pretty quickly. And as a reminder, you're not permitted to use a calculator or a reference sheet on the actual ASVAB or PiCAT. Of course, in order to get the most from this video, you'll want to pause the video after I read a practice test question, attempt to solve it on your own, and then resume playing the video to check your solution. Truth be told, the vast majority of you should pass the ASVAB and PiCAT on your first try, as long as you spend anywhere from a week to a month diligently studying for them. And for that reason, I do not recommend that you spend more than $30 on test prep for the ASVAB and PiCAT. In my opinion, this video is the be all and end all for the mathematics knowledge subtest. In other words, if you can work through this entire video, you'll be exceptionally well prepared for the ASVAB and PiCAT. Of course, I also want to mention this. Please be on the lookout for ASVAB tutoring scams of someone with a strong Indian accent tries to sell you tutoring services that cost over $500. It's almost certainly a scam. And if you're paying a lot for access to an online boot camp, and you notice that all the questions that they're giving you are freely available online already, chances are you're also being taken for a ride. And that leads me to my last point, of course. I have free playlists that review every concept that appears in this video. And of course, I'll put a link to those playlists in the description of this video. And with all that being said, let's go ahead and get started with these 179 practice test questions. This ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says solve for x. We have 3 plus 4 times x minus 2 equals 15. In other words, we're going to be solving this equation for x. That is, we want to get x equal to something by itself. Let's get started by subtracting 3 from both sides. In doing so, this crosses out over here, leaving you with 4 times x minus 2 on this side. 15 minus 3 is 12. Do we have to take this 4 and multiply it out to the x and negative 2? We don't have to do that. We can go ahead and divide both sides by 4 in this case. In doing so, that leaves you with x minus 2 over here. 12 divided by 4 is 3. Again, to get x by itself, we're now going to add 2 to both sides. This crosses out, leaving you with x over here. 3 plus 2 is 5. So x equals 5. That said, you always want to check your work. We're going to go ahead and plug in 5 in the original equation and see if it makes a true mathematical statement. This becomes 3 plus 4 times 5 minus 2 equals 15. This says 3 plus, again, we're going to work out what's in parentheses first. 5 minus 2 is 3 equals 15. This is 3 plus 4 times 3 is 12 equals 15. 3 plus 12 is 15. Does 15 equal 15? It does. That's a true statement. Therefore, we know 5 is the correct solution. For the ASVAB and PiCAT, you will have to solve at least 4 or 5 equations, so make sure you can do this. This ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says simplify 4 over 5x plus 2x. Well, in order to simplify this expression, we're going to treat these terms like fractions in that we're going to have to add them. And in order to add fractions, they have to have a common or the same denominator. So the first thing I'm going to do is write 2x as a fraction by placing it over 1. To write this 2x over 1 with the denominator of 5x, I have to multiply its denominator as well as its numerator by 5x. So this becomes 4 over 5x plus what's 1 times 5x? That's just 5x. What's 2x times 5x? Well, 2 times 5 is 10. X times x is x squared. Now that these have the same denominator, we can write our answer. Again, this 10x squared is going to come first, plus 4. So just like that, this one is 10x squared plus 4 over 5x, which is answer choice C, of course. This ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says if x equals negative 2 and y equals negative 3, then xy squared equals. So we're evaluating the expression x times y squared. when x equals -2 and y equals -3. First, let's plug these values in accordingly. We know x is -2, and pay close attention. I'm going to put these in parentheses. Y is -3 squared. Uh, let's go ahead and follow our order of operations. Again, our order of operations is remembered by PEMDAS. Parentheses first, exponents next, multiplication and division from left to right, addition and subtraction from left to right. We have an exponent right here in multiplication. -3 squared is the same thing as -3 times -3. A negative times a negative is going to be a positive. So this becomes -2 times +9. A negative times a positive is going to be a negative. So this is -18. This one is D. This ASVAB PiCAT math knowledge practice test question says if x over 5 plus 6 equals -14, then x equals. So we're going to be solving this equation for x. That said, let's get started by copying this one down as if we were writing on our own scratch paper like we will be on test day. Let's start by subtracting 6 from both sides in order to get x over 5 by itself. -14 minus 6 is -20. Let's get rid of 5 from the denominator of x by multiplying this side by 5 and this side by 5. This crosses out, leaving you with x on this side. -20 times 5 is going to be -100. So this one is A, -100. This ASVAB PiCAT math knowledge practice test question says if a circle has a diameter of 45 units, how many units is its radius? So for this one, you have to understand that there is a defined relationship between the diameter and radius of a circle. That is, the diameter D is always twice as long as its radius. That is, D equals 2R, or 2 times the radius. In this case, we know our diameter is 45, and we're going to be solving for R. So divide both sides by 2 to get R by itself. If you can't do 45 divided by 2 mentally, you have to do the log division. 2 times 2 is 4. 4 minus 4 is 0, but we got to drop down this 5. 2 times 2 is 4. 5 minus 4 is 1. Again, add a decimal and our 0 placeholder that we can drop down now. 2 times 5 is 10 with no remainder. So this one is D. Our radius is going to be 22.5 units. Solve this ASVAB math knowledge practice test question in 60 seconds. It says this: what is 3a squared plus a squared added to a plus 6? You should recognize that you're being asked to combine two polynomials, notably 3a squared plus a squared and a plus 6 via addition. To do that, it looks like this: 3a squared plus a squared plus a plus 6. Now that we've created this expression, we have to simplify it by combining like terms. Again, like terms have the same letter variables raised to the same power. Here you can see we have a raised to the second power and a raised to the second power here. Therefore, we can combine these two. Again, if it's helpful, put that 1 in front of a squared. 3a squared plus 1a squared is 4a squared. Cross these out now. A doesn't have corresponding like terms. Just go ahead and bring it down as is. Likewise, 6 doesn't have corresponding like terms. Just go ahead and bring it down as is. Clearly, the answer is 4a squared plus a plus 6. Answer this ASVAB math knowledge practice test question in 60 seconds. It says this: if 2 to the x power equals 32, what is x? So if you don't know this one right away, you can use some brute force to figure this one out. For instance, we could say 2 squared equals 2 times 2. And of course, 2 times 2 is 4. 2 to the third is 2 multiplied by itself 3 times. 2 times 2 is 4 times 2 is 8. Likewise, 2 to the fourth is 2 multiplied by itself 4 times. Let's work that out. 2 times 2 is 4 times 2 is 8 times 2 is 16. So that's not it. What about 2 to the fifth? 2 to the fifth is 2 multiplied by itself 5 times. That's 2 times 2, which is 4 times 2 is 8 times 2 is 16 times 2 is 32. So the correct answer to this one is D5. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says if x minus y does not equal 0, then x squared minus y squared over x minus y equals. So we're trying to simplify this expression here. I'm going to start by copying it down. We have the expression x squared minus y squared over x minus y, and we want to simplify this expression. So you have to recognize that in the numerator, we have the difference of two perfect squares. And that's a special case of factoring. And it's this case. Again, the difference of two perfect squares says a squared minus b squared is going to be equal to a plus b times a minus b. So we can actually factor our numerator by following this pattern. So this is going to factor to be x plus y times x minus y. And of course, this is over x minus y. Now we can cross out corresponding values in our numerator and denominator, notably x minus y. And in doing so, that just leaves us with x plus y. So this expression simplifies to a x plus y. You did have to know this special case of factoring to solve this one. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, if x plus y plus 15 equals 30 and x plus y equals z, then 50 minus z equals. So let's start by copying these three statements down. We're told, according to the problem, that x plus y plus 15 equals 30. Likewise, we're told that x plus y equals z. And finally, we're told we want to solve for 50 minus z. So clearly, we have to find out what z is, and the easiest way to do that is to start with this first equation. Specifically, we're going to solve it for x and y by subtracting 15 from both sides. In doing so, this crosses out here, leaving you x plus y on this side. 30 minus 15 is 15. All right, so we can see x plus y equals 15, and here we have x plus y equals z. Well, clearly, we know z is 15. Now that we know that z is 15, we could go ahead and plug it in here. This becomes 50 minus 15, which is 35. And so our answer is going to be 35. Now, if you couldn't do 50 minus 15 mentally, you could always do it off to the side. 50 minus 15. 0 minus 5 we can't do. We have to borrow. This becomes 4. This becomes 10. 10 minus 5 is 5. 4 minus 1 is 3. All right, so that is that one. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says the square root of 27 divided by 3 equals. So what is 27 divided by 3? You should know that that is 9, and the square root of 9 is 3. So this one is going to be B3. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says the absolute value of 12 minus 16 equals. So we're going to do the absolute value of 12 minus 16. 12 minus 16 is going to be negative 4. So we're trying to find the absolute value of negative 4. Well, here's the definition of absolute value if you haven't seen it in a while. It's the distance between the number and 0 on the number line. So our number in this case is negative 4. It's right here. What is the distance between negative 4 and 0 on the number line? Well, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. So the absolute value of negative 4 is simply positive 4. So this one is going to be C. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is the prime factorization of 36? So we're going to find the prime factorization of 36 using a factor tree as well as prime numbers. Again, a number is considered prime if it's only divisible by 1 in itself. And some of the common prime numbers you need to know are 2, 3, 5, 7, and 11. 1 is never considered a prime number. So in other words, using these prime numbers as well as a factor tree, we're going to find the prime factorization of 36. Now 36 is the same thing as 2 times 18. 2 times 18 is 36. 18 is 2 times 9. 9 is 3 times 3. Now let's go through this factor tree and circle all of our prime numbers. 2's prime, 2's prime, 3's prime, and 3's prime. In other words, the prime factorization of 36 is 2 times 2 times 3 times 3. And we could see that that is answer choice C. And you could quickly check your work on this one. 2 times 2 is 4. 4 times 3 is 12. 12 times 3 is in fact 36. So we know we did our prime factorization correctly. So this one is C. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says if A equals 3 and B equals 5, then A times B over 15 plus A times 6 plus 7 times B equals. So in other words, we're going to be evaluating this expression. So let's start by copying it down. We have A times B over 15 plus A times 6 plus 7 times B. And we want to know what this expression equals when A equals 3 and b equals 5. Now, the only thing you want to pay close attention to is the order of operations, that is PEMDAS. Remember, the order of operations tell you the order in which to work this out. You do what's in parentheses first, exponents if there are any, multiplication and division as they appear from left to right in the expression, that is to say they have equal precedence, and addition and subtraction as they appear in the expression from left to right, that is to say they have equal precedence. So let's go ahead and plug in these values respectively. This becomes 3 times 5 over 15 plus 3 times 6 plus 7 times 5. All right, so we're going to solve what's in parentheses first, but we have a plus sign separating these two different sides of this expression. So we can also work out this side at the same time. 3 times 5 is 15, so this is 15 over 15 plus 3 times 6 plus. And again, let's take a look here. Inside parentheses, we have addition and we have multiplication. Again, according to the order of operations, you do multiplication before addition. So this is going to be 6 plus 7 times 5, which is 35. Again, we're still working out what's in parentheses, but that said, we can simplify 15 over 15 to be 1 plus 3 times 6 plus 35 is going to be uh, 41. Now we just have two operations left. We have addition here and multiplication here. As I just mentioned, you do multiplication before addition according to the order of operations. So I'm going to do 41 times 3 off to the side. 1 times 3 is 3. 4 times 3 is 12. So this is 1 plus 123, which is 124. So the answer to this one is D, 124. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is the reciprocal of 7? So in order to find the reciprocal of 7, the first thing I'm going to do is express 7 as a fraction by placing it over 1. Again, you could read all fractions as long division, so I could read this as 7 divided by 1. 7 divided by 1 is just 7. All right, now let's find the reciprocal of 7, which is the same thing as 7 over 1. All we do is flip-flop our numerator and denominator. In other words, the reciprocal of 7, which is the same thing as 7 over 1, is 1 over 7, or 1/7. So this one is C. The reciprocal of 7 is 1/7. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is the value of x if 2/5 x minus 17 equals 15? So in other words, we're going to be solving the equation 2/5 x minus 17 equals 15 for x. In other words, we're going to get x equal to something by itself. So the first thing we're going to do is add 17 to both sides of the equation. In doing so, this crosses out here, leaving you with 2/5 x over here. If you can't do 15 plus 17 mentally, do it the old-fashioned way. 5 plus 7 is going to be 12. Carry a 1. 1 plus 1 plus 1 is 3. All right, so we have 2/5 x equals 32. To get rid of this 2/5 in front of x, we're going to multiply it by its reciprocal, notably by 5 over 2. And of course, we have to do that to both sides of the equation. This crosses out here and here, leaving you with x over here. And let's go ahead and simplify 32 times 5 over 2 via some cross reduction. I could write 32 as a fraction by placing it over 1. And that enables me to say 2 goes into 2 one time, 2 goes into 32 16 times. This is 16 over 1. 16 divided by 1 is just 16, times 5 over 1. 5 divided by 1 is just 5. So our answer is going to be 16 times 5, which I'm going to do off to the side so as not to make any simple mistakes. 6 times 5 is 30, so bring down a 0, carry a 3. 1 times 5 is 5 plus 3 is 8. So the answer to this one is going to be A, 80. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says solve the inequality. We have negative 4y greater than or equal to 26 plus 6. Now, I will say this, solving inequalities is just like solving equations. That said, there's one rule you really have to pay attention to. If you multiply or divide across the inequality sign by a negative value, that's going to prompt you to change the direction of the sign. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and solve this one. this becomes negative 4y is greater than or equal to 26 plus 6 is going to be 32. To get y by itself, we're going to divide both sides of this inequality by negative 4. In doing so, this crosses out. But what did I just do? I just divided across the inequality sign by a negative value. So that's going to prompt me to change the direction of its sign. So this is y is less than or equal to positive 32 divided by negative 4. Again, a positive divided by a negative is going to be negative, in this case, 8. So the answer to this one is y is less than or equal to negative 8, which you can see is answer choice B, of course. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says factor x squared minus 11x plus 24. Again, on the ASVAB and PiCAT, you're not given a reference sheet or a calculator, so you want to get in the habit of copying things down on your own scratch paper as you prepare to take either of these tests. In this case, we're being asked to factor a quadratic equation where the leading coefficient in front of x squared is 1, which is why it's not expressed. And so if we can factor this one, it's going to look like this. X times x like so. Now, all we have to do is find two numbers that multiply to positive 24, but add to negative 11. Now, many of you could do this mentally, of course, but let's start listing out some factors of positive 24. Well, 6 times positive 4 is 24. That said, 6 plus 4 is 10, not negative 11. So we can't use these two. Well, what about negative 6 and negative 4? Negative 6 times negative 4 is in fact positive 24. Negative times a negative is a positive. That said, negative 6 plus negative 4 is negative 10, not negative 11. All right, so these aren't going to work. What about 8 and 3? 8 times 3 is 24. 8 plus 3 is positive 11, not negative 11. What about negative 8 and negative 3? Negative 8 times negative 3 is positive 24 because a negative times a negative is a positive, and negative 8 plus negative 3 is in fact negative 11. So these are our two numbers, and all we have to do is do this, minus 8 minus 3. And just like that, we factored this one. This one is A. Now, if you quickly want to check your work, all you have to do is expand this via the FOIL method. That is to say, you're going to take x, you're going to multiply it here, and you're going to take negative 8, you're going to multiply it here, and this should match that which we were asked to factor. X times x is x squared. X times negative 3 is negative 3x. Negative 8 times x is negative 8x. And negative 8 times negative 3 is positive 24. Let's simplify this by combining like terms. Negative 3x minus 8x is negative 11x plus 24. And as you can see, this is exactly what we were asked to factor, so we're confident that we did factor it correctly. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says if x lies between 0 and 1, but does not equal 0 or 1, which of these is correct? So before we look at our answer choices, I'm actually going to write the solution myself. Again, the problem tells us x is between 0 and 1, but it does not equal 0 or 1. So this is what our solution is going to look like. In other words, we're going to solve all these inequalities for our answer choices and find which one matches the solution we just wrote. So let's start with A. A says 1 is less than x minus 1, which is less than 2. Again, to solve this inequality, we have to add 1 to both sides of the inequality. In doing so, this crosses out, leaving us with x here. 1 plus 1 is 2. 2 plus 1, of course, is 3. This says x is between 2 and 3, so it is not correct. I'm going to skip to C to see what we get when we solve C. This is negative 1 is less than 2 minus x, which is less than 1. Again, we're solving for x, so the first thing I'm going to do is subtract 2 from both sides of the inequality. In doing so, this crosses out, leaving us with negative x in the middle. Negative 1 minus 2 is going to be negative 3. 1 minus 2 is negative 1. Now we have negative x in the middle here. To make this just x, we're going to divide everything by negative 1, of course. Now, the one rule you have to know regarding inequalities is this. Whenever you multiply or divide across an inequality sign by a negative value, that's going to prompt you to change the direction of the sign. So in this case, I divided across these inequality signs by a negative value of 1. So that's going to prompt me to change the direction of the signs. And I'll go ahead and make that very obvious. Negative x divided by negative 1. Again, a negative divided by a negative is going to be a positive. Negative divided by a negative is going to be a positive 3. Negative divided by a negative is going to be positive 1. So this says x is in between 1 and 3, which is not correct. So we know C is not correct. Let's go ahead and take a look at B. We have 1 less than x plus 1, which is less than 2. To solve this one, we're going to subtract 1 from both sides. In doing so, this crosses out, leaving you with x in the middle. 1 minus 1 is 0. 2 minus 1 is 1. This does, in fact, match our solution, so we know the correct answer to this one is B, and we do not have to check D, of course. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, which of the following points lies on the line y equals 2x plus 3? And in order to determine that very quickly, I'm going to use an xy table, of course. And as it happens, all of our x values are given to us already. Again, ordered pairs come in the form x, y. So all of these in this column are x values. So what we're going to do, we're going to plug in these x values accordingly, and that will tell us what y value corresponds with that x value for our equation of our line. So let's start by plugging in negative 5 for x. This becomes y equals 2 times negative 5 plus 3, y equals. Now, you should be able to do this mentally. 2 times negative 5 is going to be negative 10. Negative 10 plus 3 is going to be negative 7. So the point negative 5, negative 7 is on the line. Negative 5, negative 8 is not on the line. Let's move on to x being negative 1. Again, we're going to be plugging this into our original equation. This becomes y equals 2 times negative 1 plus 3. Again, you should be able to do this part mentally. 2 times negative 1 is negative 2, plus 3 is going to be positive 1. So the point negative 1, positive 1 is on the line. Negative 1, 5 is not on the line. Let's move on to x being 0. This says y equals 2 times 0 plus 3. This is y equals 3. So the point 0, 3 is on the line. 0, 6 is not on the line. And finally, we know D is correct. That said, let's just go ahead and work it out. We're going to let x be 3. So this becomes y equals 2 times 3 plus 3. Y equals 6 plus 3. Y equals 9. So the point 3, 9, written like this, is on the line. And we just confirmed that D is the only point that is, in fact, on the line. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, if A and B are both points on a line, what is the midpoint of point A, 620, and point B, 1040? So the midpoint formula is down here, of course, if you need it, but this one's pretty easy to solve intuitively. X of m, that is the midpoint of x, and y of m, that is the midpoint of y, is going to be equal to x1 plus x2 divided by 2, y1 plus y2 divided by 2. Now, the only thing you have to do to solve this one really is identify x1, x2, y1, and y2 respectively. Again, this is going to be x1, this is going to be x2, this is going to be y1, this is going to be y2 respectively. So let's go ahead and plug those values in and solve accordingly. This becomes 6 plus 10 over 2, and then 20 plus 40 over 2. Let's go ahead and solve this. And I'm going to skip a step here. I'm going to work this out right here so it looks nice and neat. 6 plus 10 is 16. 16 divided by 2 is 8. 20 plus 40 is 60. 60 divided by 2 is 30. So the midpoint of point A and B is 830. And you can see that that is, in fact, answer choice C in this case. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is the largest whole number that can be divided into 12, 30, and 72 evenly? So I'm going to start by checking 6. What is 12 divided by 6? 12 divided by 6 is 2. Okay, let me go ahead and check 30 now. 30 divided by 6 is going to be 5. And 72 divided by 6 is going to be 12. Again, this question is really testing your knowledge of your times tables and your ability to do mental math. So since 6 goes into 12, 30, and 72 evenly, we know A and B are not correct answer choices. All right, let's go ahead and check 12. 12 divided by 12 is 1, so 12 goes into 12 evenly. 30 divided by 12. Well, 12 times 2 would be 24, and 12 times 3 would be 36. As it happens, 30 divided by 12 is 2.5. So as we can see, 12 does not go into 30 evenly. So we know the correct answer to this one is going to be C6. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says solve for x by factoring. We have the equation x squared minus 13x plus 42 equals 0. We should recognize that this is a quadratic with a leading coefficient of 1. So if we can factor it, it's going to look like this: x times x in parentheses. Of course, this is going to equal 0. Now we're looking for two numbers that multiply to 42 but add to negative 13. If you can't do that mentally, you may have to work it out like this. Let's start with 6 and 7. 6 times 7 is in fact 42. 6 plus 7 is positive 13, so these aren't going to work. Let's check negative 6 and negative 7. Negative 6 times negative 7 is in fact positive 42. Remember, a negative times a negative is a positive. Negative 6 plus negative 7 is negative 13. So these are going to be our two factors. This becomes x minus 6, x minus 7. Of course, we're going to set these each equal to 0 independently to solve it. It becomes x minus 6 equals 0 and x minus 7 equals 0. These are one-step equations. Add 6 to both sides to get x by itself. In doing so, this crosses out. This becomes x equals 0 plus 6 or 6, or add 7 to both sides to get x by itself. This crosses out. X equals 0 plus 7 or 7. So the answers to this one is x equals 6 or x equals 7, which is answer choice A, of course. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is the surface area of a box that is 6 inches wide, 12 inches long, and 9 inches tall? So just to make sure it's nice and clear, I'm going to write out these dimensions. Again, we have a length of 12 inches, a width of 6 inches, and a height of 9 inches. Now, since you're not permitted to use a reference sheet or a calculator on the actual ASVAB or PiCAT, you do have to commit these formulas to memory. Specifically for boxes, you have to know how to find the volume of a box as well as the surface area of a box. Now, finding surface area is very simple. We have 3 dimensions and a box has 6 faces. So to find its surface area, we're going to do 2. Again, there are 2 identical faces in a box. And then all we're going to do is make sure we multiply these 3 things together. So first I'm going to do length times width plus, again, 2 faces. So 2 times length times height plus 2. And finally, we have width times height. All right, so that is the formula. It's not very hard to memorize. Now that we have the formula down, let's go ahead and plug things in and solve accordingly. Length times width is going to be 12 times 6 plus 2. Length times height is going to be 12 times 9 plus 2. What is width times height? That's going to be 6 times 9. Now, this is where mental math and knowing your times tables is pretty important. What is 12 times 6? It's 72. What is 12 times 9? It's going to be 108. And finally, what is 6 times 9? Now, truthfully, till this day, I still have to use my hands and fingers for this one. It's going to be 54. All right, now for this part, if you want to work it off to the side, you can. You should be able to do this part mentally too, but if you need to work it off to the side, you can. Again, 72 times 2, that's 14. So this is 144 plus 2 times 108. You should be able to do mentally, but if you want, do it off to the side so you don't make any mistakes. 8 times 2 is 16, carry a 1. 0 times 2 is 0, plus 1 is 1. 2 times 1 is 2, so this is plus 216. And 54 times 2, again, you should be able to do that mentally, but if you can't do it off to the side, we have 54 times 2. This is 810, so this is 108. Now let's go ahead and add these 3 things together. Now I would definitely do this part off to the side. Again, we have 216, 144, and 108. 6 and 4 is 10, plus 8 is 18. So drop down at 8, carry a 1, 4, 5, 6, and then 2, 3, 4. So the surface area of this box is going to be 468 square inches, which is answer choice C. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says if x over 3 plus 27 equals 30, what is the value of x? So as a quick reminder on the actual ASVAB and PiCAT, you're not permitted to use a calculator or a reference sheet. So as you practice, you want to get in the habit of copying things down accurately. In this case, we're going to be solving the equation for x. So in other words, we want to get x equal to something by itself. The first thing I'm going to do is subtract 27 from both sides, of course. This leaves me with x over 3 on this side equals 30 minus 27 is 3. Finally, to clear 3 from the denominator of x, we're going to multiply both sides of this equation by 3. In doing so, this crosses out here, leaving you with x over here. 3 times 3 is 9. So we can see the answer is C9. That said, you always want to quickly check your work. Again, our original equation is x over 3 plus 27 equals 30. Now that we know that x equals 9, let's plug it in accordingly. This becomes 9 over 3 plus 27 equals 30. If this makes a true mathematical statement, we know we did our work correctly. 9 divided by 3 is 3, plus 27 equals 30. 27 plus 3 is 30. Does 30 equal 30? Yes, that's a true statement. Therefore, we're confident that C9 is the correct answer. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, which of the following expressions is equivalent to 15x squared plus x minus 1 plus xy plus 2x to the third over x? So normally when we have to simplify expressions, we combine like terms. But in this case, it's not very obvious as to what the like terms are. More specifically, I'm referring to this part of the expression right here. We're going to use one of the laws of exponents to simplify this, and I'm going to rewrite this down here like this. 2 times x to the third over x. And again, since there's no power expressed, we can write this as to the first power. And what law of exponent are we going to use to simplify this? We're going to use the quotient rule, which says if you have a to the m over a to the n, that's equal to a to the m minus n. That is to say you subtract our exponents, and that's what we're going to do here. Again, this is going to become x to the third minus 1, which is 2x squared. So in other words, this whole thing here is 2x squared. So let me go ahead and rewrite this and now see if there are any like terms we can combine. Again, we have 15x squared plus x minus 1 plus xy uh, plus 2x squared. Now, like terms have the same letter variables raised to the same power, and right away you can see 15x squared and 2x squared have the same letter variable raised to the same power. 15x squared plus 2x squared is going to be 17x squared. Let's cross them out now that we've combined them. This is going to become plus x, and normally you put letter variables before whole numbers, so I'm going to write plus xy minus 1. And just like that, I wrote an expression that was equivalent to this one using the laws of exponents, and we could see that this matches answer choice A. So this one is going to be A. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is negative 5x plus 1 subtracted from 5x minus 1? So for this problem, we're going to be subtracting polynomials. More specifically, we're subtracting this polynomial from this polynomial. And the way you have to set up this problem is very important. We're going to set it up like this, 5x minus 1. And from this, we're subtracting this entire second polynomial. So we have to use a subtraction sign as well as a set of parentheses. So this is going to be minus negative 5x plus 1. And why is that important? Because this subtraction sign, which we're going to treat as a negative sign, is going to be distributed to both terms in this second polynomial. So this becomes 5x minus 1. A negative times a negative is going to be a positive. So negative times negative 5x is going to be plus 5x. A negative times a positive, on the other hand, is going to be a negative. So negative times positive 1 is going to be negative 1. All right, so now that we've distributed that negative sign, All we have to do is simplify this expression by combining like terms. Again, like terms have the same letter variables raised to the same power. So 5x and 5x are like terms. 5x plus 5x is 10x. Cross them out. -1 minus 1 is -2. So when we subtract these two polynomials, we get 10x minus 2, which is answer choice D. If you did not use this set of parentheses, and many people don't, you usually get this very easy problem wrong. ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says if x equals 4, which expression does not equal 9? So we're going to take 4 and plug it in for x in each of these expressions and see which of them does not equal 9. 4 minus -5 minus minus becomes plus 4 plus 5 is 9, so that checks out. Then we just have 4 plus 5, which does equal 9, so that one checks out. 2 times 4 plus 1, that's 8 plus 1, which is 9. So that does work. And then finally we have 4 minus 15. Uh, 4 minus 15 is going to be -11. So this one is going to be D. That expression does not equal 9. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is 176.0249 rounded to the nearest hundredth? So let's start by copying this one down. Again, you will have scratch paper on test day. And in this case, we have to locate the hundredths place. If we look down here, you can see this is our tens, this is our hundreds. So here's our tens, here's our hundreds. We're going to be rounding this to. And in order to round it, we're going to look to the number to the right of it. If the number to the right of it is 5 or greater, we round up. If it's below 5, we leave it as is. We can see that the number to the right is 4. So we're going to leave it as is. This is going to become 176.02. So this one is C. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says lines A and B are parallel. If angle 1 is 70 degrees, then angle 8 is. So this line that goes across both these parallel lines is called a transversal. And when you have two parallel lines cut by a transversal, all of these definitions come into play that will help you determine the measure of any of these angles. That is, you have to know that corresponding angles are equal, vertex angles are equal, alternate interior angles are equal, and alternate exterior angles are equal. Likewise, you have to know that straight lines have 180 degrees. In other words, if angle 1 is 70 degrees and this is a straight line, then we know angle 4 is going to be 180 minus 70 or 110 degrees. All right, so using this little information, we could quickly figure out what angle 8 is. Again, angle 4 and angle 2 are vertical angles. That is, they share this vertex and they're on opposite sides of it. So I know angle 2 is 110 degrees, and angle 2 and angle 8 are alternate interior angles, so they're also going to be equal. So if angle 2 is 110, angle 8 is also 110. So just like that, using these definitions, I know that the correct answer is C, 110 degrees. I'm going to put a link to my video on all these definitions in the description of this video. Again, I take my time to discuss the definitions and ins and outs of all these, so please check that out if you struggle with any of the concepts in this short video. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says the absolute value of 13 minus 15 equals. So this is a very easy question that tests your understanding of what absolute value means. And let me just read the definition to you. It says the absolute value of a number or an integer is the actual distance of the integer from 0 in a number line. Therefore, the absolute value is always a positive value and not a negative number. So the absolute value is always going to be positive. Get rid of your negative answer choices. 13 minus 15 is -2. That said, the absolute value of -2 is simply +2. So this one is A. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says if x lies between 1 and 2 but does not equal 1 or 2, which of these is correct? So before we look at our answer choices, let's write the solution to this one ourselves. It says x is somewhere between 1 and 2, but it does not equal 1R2. So this is the solution that we're looking for. And now we're going to solve all these answer choices until we find one that matches this. So let's start with A. And I'm just going to go ahead and copy that one down as is to get started. And let's go ahead and solve this one. We solve this inequality by subtracting 1 from both sides. This crosses out. 1 minus 1 is 0. We're left with x in the middle. 2 minus 1 is 1. Does this match this? No, this says x is between 0 and 1, which is not what the question stipulated. Let's go ahead and take a look at D very quickly. We have negative 1, 3 minus 2x, and 1. Let's solve this inequality first by subtracting 3 from both sides. In doing so, this crosses out. Negative 1 minus 3 is negative 4. Of course, we're left with negative 2x in the middle. 1 minus negative 3 is going to be negative 2. Now, we're going to solve for x next by dividing everything by negative 2. And the thing you want to pay close attention to is the fact whenever you multiply or divide across an inequality sign by a negative value, that's going to prompt you to change the direction of the sign. In this case, I divided everything by a negative value of 2. So I'm actually going to have to change the direction of these signs, as you can see. Negative 2x divided by negative 2 is just x. Negative 4 divided by negative 2, a negative divided by a negative is going to be a positive, so this is 2. And negative 2 divided by negative 2, again, a negative divided by a negative is a positive, is simply positive 1. Now this says x is between 1 and 2, and that matches exactly what we have up here. In fact, I can actually rewrite this to be just like that. All right, so the correct answer to this one is D. We just had to solve these answer choices until we found the one that more or less matched our solution. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, which of these equations is perpendicular to the line y equals negative 3x plus 2? So first of all, I want to point out that we're looking at a line that's in slope-intercept form, that is y equals mx plus b, where m is your slope. So we can see our slope in this case is negative 3. Now, I also want to mention that if two lines are perpendicular, their slopes are negative reciprocal. So in other words, we got to find the negative reciprocal of negative 3. Well, let's first express negative 3 as a fraction by placing it over 1. And to find the reciprocal of negative 3 over 1, we simply exchange our numerator and denominator. So that's going to be 1 over negative 3. So we found the reciprocal of negative 3. But again, they're negative reciprocals of each other, so we're going to tack a negative on there. A negative of a negative, again, a negative times a negative is a positive, so these two negatives become positive. In other words, the negative reciprocal of negative 3 is 1/3. So if we look through our answer choices, only one of them has a slope as positive 1/3, so therefore, we know the correct answer in this case is A. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says evaluate the expression log base 3 of 27 plus log base 6 of 36. Now, truth be told, logarithms don't typically show up on the ASVAB very frequently. That said, this question is more of a test of your understanding of exponents rather than logarithms, which is why something like this could potentially show up. All right, so the key here is to look at the inverse logarithmic property, which says log base a of a to the k power is simply equal to k. In other words, we're going to rewrite both of these logarithms such that they mirror this, and then our answer is simply going to be k plus k. And let's go ahead and do that starting with log base 3 of 27. Now, what can I write 27 as? What can I rewrite it as? Well, 27 is the same thing as 3 to the third power. Again, 3 to the third power is the same thing as 3 times 3 times 3. 3 times 3, as you know, is 9. 9 times 3 is 27. So this is the same thing as log base 3 of 3 to the third power. And according to this inverse logarithmic property, this is simply going to be 3. So I know log base 3 of 27 is the same thing as log base 3 of 3 to the third power, which is the same thing as simply 3. Now let's go ahead and rewrite log base 6 of 36 the same way. We have log base 6. What can I rewrite 36 as? 36 is the same thing as 6 squared. Again, 6 squared is 6 times 6 are 36. And according to the inverse logarithmic property, log base 6 of 6 to the second power is simply going to be 2. In other words, this whole problem is simply 3 plus 2 or 5. So the answer to this one is C5. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says if a line has a slope of m equals 2 and 4, 5 is a point on the line, what is another point on the line? So you could actually solve this one of two ways. You can solve it by graphing or you could solve it algebraically. And as it happens, I'm going to solve this one algebraically. Again, this is my x, this is my y, and I'm actually going to write an equation of a line using the point slope equation. That is y minus y1 equals m times x minus x1. Again, this is going to be x1, this is going to be y1, and we already know m is 2. So let's plug those values in accordingly. This becomes y minus 5 equals 2 times x minus 4. The next thing we have to do is take this 2 and distribute it here and here. This becomes y minus 5 equals 2 times x, or 2x. 2 times negative 4 is going to be negative 8. And finally, we're simply going to add 5 to the other side of the equation to make this y equals 2x. Negative 8 plus 5 is negative 3. So the equation of our line is right here. It's y equals 2x minus 3. And you might be saying to yourself now, how are you going to determine which of these points is on this line? And I'm simply going to use a little XY chart to do that. And our X values are already selected for us, right? Again, these are all of our X values. So let's start with negative 1. We know X is negative 1, so let's plug it into our equation of our line here and see what we get as Y. This becomes Y equals 2 times negative 1 minus 3. Y equals 2 times negative 1 is negative 2 minus 3. Y equals negative 5. So the point negative 1, negative 5 is on our line. Negative 1, positive 1 is not on our line. All right, let's move on. Again, this says x is 0. Let's plug 0 into our equation of our line. This says y equals 2 times 0 minus 3. Y equals 2 times 0 is 0, so y equals negative 3. So the point 0, negative 3 is on the line, not 0, 6. All right, let's do the same thing here. This is positive 1 for x. And let's go ahead and plug positive 1 into our equation of our line. This says y equals 2 times positive 1 minus 3. Y equals 2 times positive 1 is 2 minus 3. Y equals 2 minus 3 is negative 1. So the point 1, negative 1 is on this line. And since we see that C is positive 1, negative 1, we know that this point is on our equation of our line. And we found that by plugging it into our equation of our line. So that is that one. We don't even have to check D at this point. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is the value of x if 3/5 x minus 12 equals 15? Again, since you're not permitted to use a calculator or a reference sheet on the actual ASVAB or PiCAT, you want to get in the habit of copying things down on your own scratch paper. In this case, we're going to be solving this equation, and the first thing I'm going to do is add 12 to both sides. In doing so, this crosses out, leaving us with 3/5 x equals 15 plus 12 is going to be 27. All right, to clear this 3/5 in front of x, we're going to multiply both sides of this equation by the reciprocal of 3/5, which is going to be 5 over 3. In doing so, these cross out here and here, leaving you with x on this side. What is 27 times 5 over 3? We'll write 27 as a fraction by placing it over 1. Then you can simply cross reduce to make this math much easier. 3 goes into 3 one time, 3 goes into 27 9 times. This becomes 9 over 1, which is just 9. Again, 9 divided by 1 is 9, times 5 over 1, 5 divided by 1 is 5. 9 times 5, of course, is 45. So the answer to this one is A. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is a circle's diameter if its area is 25 pi square inches? So in order to solve this one, you first have to know how to find the area of a circle. And again, since you're not permitted to use a calculator or a reference sheet on the actual ASVAB or PiCAT, you do have to commit this formula to memory at some point. Area of a circle is given by the formula area equals pi r squared, where r is the radius. In this case, we know the area is 25 pi, so I'm going to replace this a with 25 pi equals pi r squared. And we're going to solve this equation for r. So to get started, I'm going to divide both sides of this equation by pi. In doing so, this crosses out, leaving me with r squared over here. This crosses out as well, leaving me with 25 over here. Now, again, I want to solve this equation for r, not r squared. So to get rid of this squared on this r, I'm going to do the opposite operation. That is to say, I'm going to take the square root of both sides of this equation. In doing so, this crosses out, leaving me with r over here. The square root of 25 is 5. So now we know the radius of this circle. That said, you have to know that there is a relationship between the diameter and radius of every circle. More specifically, the diameter is always equal to twice the length of the radius, and you can see that illustrated here. In other words, d equals 2r. We know what r is, so let's go ahead and plug it in. This becomes d equals 2 times 5, d equals 10. So the diameter of this circle, which has a radius of 5 and an area of 25 pi, is going to be d 10 inches. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says 1/4 divided by 2/7 is the same as. So since the ASVAB and PiCAT are computer adaptive tests, you should expect to get questions that are as easy as this one in the very beginning of the test. In order to get to the harder questions and ultimately a high score on the test, you have to be able to answer these easy questions correctly. And in this case, what are we doing? We're dividing two fractions. When you divide two fractions, you follow the algorithm keep, change, flip. That is to say, you keep the first fraction the same. So we're going to keep 1/4 as is. You change from division to multiplication, and then you flip the second fraction. So instead of being 2 over 7, it's going to be 7 over 2. In other words, 1/4 divided by 2/7 is the same thing as 1/4 times 7 over 2, which we can see is answer choice D in this case. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says x squared times x to the fourth times x to the negative third equals. So we're going to work on simplifying this expression. But as a quick reminder, you do not get a reference sheet on the ASVAB or PiCAT. So in that case, you want to copy these questions down and get in the habit of working them out on your own scratch paper. Now, the first thing I want to do to simplify this expression is make this exponent of -3 positive. When you have a negative exponent, you can make it positive by moving it into the denominator of your expression. So let's do that. This will become x squared times x to the fourth over x to the third. And you see that our exponent became positive. All right, so let's work on simplifying this numerator now. And to do that, we're going to use one of the laws of exponents called the product rule. The product rule says this: if you have a to the m times a to the n, that's equal to a to the m plus n. That is to say, you add their exponents. And in this case, we have x squared times x to the fourth. This is going to become x to the 2 plus 4, which is x to the sixth. So this becomes x to the sixth over x to the third. All right, now to simplify this expression further, we're going to use another law of exponents called the quotient rule. And that says if you have a to the m over a to the n, you subtract their exponents. So this becomes a to the m minus n. And in this case, we have x to the sixth over x to the third. This is going to become x to the 6 minus 3. 6 minus 3 is 3. So this becomes x to the third, which is answer choice B. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is the solution to the system of equations 3y plus 3x equals 24, 6y minus 3x equals 39? So more often than not, people solve system of equations using one of two methods. That is, they use the substitution method or the elimination method. And the elimination method says multiply either one or both equations by a constant, such that when you add them together, one of the letter variables is eliminated. That said, if we look at our system here, what happens if we just add the two equations together? What is 3x plus negative 3x? It's eliminated, so that's all we have to do in this case. 3y plus 6y is 9y. 3x plus negative 3x, this is eliminated, equals 24 plus 39 is 63. To solve for y, we just divide both sides of this equation by 9. In doing so, this crosses out. 63 divided by 9 is 7. Again, solutions to systems of equations can be written as ordered pairs, and ordered pairs come in the form x, y. We know y equals 7, so 7 is going to go here. Now the question is, how do we solve for x? Well, we know y equals 7, so we can take this 7, plug it into either of the two original equations, that is, either one of these, for y, and then solve for x accordingly. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's do it with this first equation. This becomes 3. Again, y is 7 plus 3x equals 24. 3 times 7 is 21 plus 3x equals 24. Subtract 21 from both sides of the equation. This crosses out, leaving us with 3x over here. 24 minus 21 is 3. Divide both sides by 3 to get x by itself. This says x equals 3 over 3, which is 1. So we know x is 1. So our solution to this system is going to be 1, 7, which is answer choice B, of course. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, given the following inequality, which of the statements below could be true? So we have the inequality negative 5x plus 3 greater than negative 4x minus 5. Now, regarding inequalities, here's the one rule you need to know. Whenever you multiply or divide across the inequality sign by a negative value, that's going to prompt you to change the direction of the sign. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and solve this one. I'm going to get started by adding 4x to both sides of the inequality. In doing so, this crosses out, leaving us with negative 5 over here. Negative 5x plus 4x is going to be negative x. Now I'm going to move 3 to the other side of the inequality via subtraction. In doing so, this crosses out, leaving me with negative x greater than negative 5 minus 3 is negative 8. And finally, we want to solve this for x, not negative x. So in order to get x by itself, I'm going to divide both sides of this inequality by a negative 1. I just divided across the inequality sign by a negative value. So that's going to prompt me to change the direction of the inequality sign, which you can see I just did. Negative divided by a negative is a positive. So negative x divided by negative 1 is just going to be x. Negative divided by a negative is going to be a positive. So negative 8 divided by negative 1 is going to be 8. This says x is all the values that are less than 8, and you can quickly graph this one if it makes it easier to understand. Let's go to 8 here. Again, this would be 7, this would be 6, this would be 9, and this would be 10. We have a less than symbol, so we're going to put an open circle above 8 to indicate that we don't include 8 in our solution, and x is all the values that are less than 8. And we can see that that's going to include 7, 6, and so on. So to answer this one, x equals 7 is a true statement given this inequality. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, if x plus 1 equals 3, then x equals. And some of you might be saying to yourself, Grammar Hero, why are you posting a question that's this easy? And I just want to remind you that the ASVAB and PiCAT are both computer adaptive tests. That means in the very beginning of the test, you're going to get questions that are as easy as this one. You want to make sure that, especially in the beginning of the test, you get these easy questions right, because these easy questions are the key that will unlock harder questions in the second half of the test and ultimately unlock a higher score for you. So in this case, we have a one-step equation to solve it. We're just going to subtract 1 from both sides. It says x equals 3 minus 1, which is 2. So this one is 2. If you want to quickly check your work, you can. We know x equals 2, so plug it in right here and see if this makes a true statement. This becomes 2 plus 1 equals 3. Does 3 equal 3? It does. Therefore, we're confident that we solved this one-step equation correctly. Again, you have to get the easy questions right in the beginning of the test in order to unlock the harder questions later on and in order to achieve a higher score on the test. So take the first few questions very seriously. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says if a equals -5, then a squared minus 9 equals. In other words, we're going to be evaluating the expression a squared minus 9 when a equals -5. In other words, we're going to plug in -5 for a and evaluate accordingly. Now, when you plug in -5, you want to make sure you do it correctly. In this case, I'm going to use a set of parentheses to indicate that the negative is also going to be squared. So this is -5 squared minus 9. What is -5 squared? -5 squared is the same thing as -5 times -5. A negative times a negative is going to be a positive. More specifically, -5 times -5 is going to be positive 25. So this is 25 minus 9, which most of you could do mentally. That's going to be 16. So this one is C. If you couldn't do this part mentally, you could always do it off to the side. 25 minus 9. 5 minus 9 we can't do. We borrow. This becomes 1. This becomes 15. 15 minus 9 is 6. And just drop down this 1. So that is that one. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says factor a cubed minus b cubed. That is, we're trying to factor the difference of two cubes. Now, there's two ways you can go about solving this one. You can multiply all your answer choices out until you get this expression, or you could go to my website, asvabapp.com. And if you did that, you can download a free copy of my reference sheet. And toward the back of that reference sheet, you'll see that I have a factoring guide where I discuss how to factor the difference of the sum and difference of cubes. In this case, we're being asked to factor the difference of a cubed minus b cubed. That is the difference of two cubes. So we're simply just going to copy this down as is. You should have this pattern memorized for this test. Even if you forget it right after the test, that'd be fine. But this is simply going to be a minus b times a squared plus a times b plus b squared. And that is it. So this one is clearly going to be answer choice A. Again, there are two ways to solve this one. You can multiply all the answer choices out, or you can simply memorize these patterns for factoring the sum and difference of cubes. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is the result of subtracting 3x squared minus 5x minus 1 from 8x squared plus 2x plus 9? So we're subtracting this polynomial from this polynomial, and the way we set it up is like this. We have 8x squared plus 2x plus 9. And from that, we're subtracting this entire polynomial. So we have to use a set of parentheses. That's going to be 3x squared minus 5x minus 1. Now we're going to take this negative sign and we're going to distribute it to each of these terms in this polynomial here, like so. So this becomes 8x squared plus 2x plus 9. A negative times a positive is going to be a negative. So negative times positive 3x squared is going to be negative 3x squared. A negative times a negative is going to be a positive. So negative times negative 5x is going to be positive 5x. And then finally, a negative times a negative is going to be a positive. So negative times negative 1 is going to be positive 1. Now, all we have to do is simplify this expression by combining like terms. Like terms are the same letter variables raised to the same power. So here I have 8x squared. Here's its corresponding like term. 8x squared minus 3x squared is going to be 5x squared. And now that I've combined those two like terms, I like to cross them out. Next, we have 2x and 5x. 2x plus 5x is going to be 7x. Cross them out now that we've combined them. And then finally, we have positive 9 and positive 1. 9 plus 1 is 10. So when we subtract these two polynomials, the result is 5x squared plus 7x plus 10, which you can see is answer choice D, of course. This ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says, what is 8b minus ab plus 7a subtracted from 3a minus 9ab plus b? So a lot of people get confused as to how to start this one. What if this one said, what is 4 subtracted from 6? What is 4 subtracted from 6? Most of you would say that is going to be 6 minus 4. Well, we're going to do the same thing here. But before we get started, I'm going to rearrange this top polynomial to match this bottom polynomial. That is to say, I'm going to move 7a over here and then minus ab plus 8b. All right, so again, it says, what is 8b minus ab plus 7a subtracted from 3a minus 9ab plus b? Well, that looks like this, 3a minus 9ab plus b. And from that, we're subtracting this first polynomial, and I'm going to use this rewritten polynomial, minus 7a minus ab plus 8b. All right, now in order to proceed, I have to take this negative sign and distribute it here, here, and finally here. So this becomes 3a minus 9ab plus b. Negative times positive 7a becomes negative 7a. Negative times a negative ab becomes plus ab. Again, a negative times a negative is a positive. Negative times a positive 8b becomes negative 8b. Now we have to go through this big polynomial here and combine our like terms. Again, like terms have the same letter variables raised to the same power. So 3a and negative 7a are like terms. 3a minus 7a is going to be negative 4a. Cross those out. And now we know our answer starts with negative 4a. So cross a and c out. And then we have negative 9ab plus ab. Negative 9ab plus ab is negative 8ab. Let's go ahead and cross those out now. And then we have positive b and negative 8b. Negative 8b plus b is negative 7b. So our answer is going to be b, negative 4a minus 8ab minus 7b. For this ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question, we're trying to factor this. So what we're going to use is the AC method. It says take A, multiply it by C. So 1 times negative 5 is negative 5. Identify B. B is positive 4. Look for two numbers that multiply to negative 5 but add to positive 4. That's going to be positive 5, negative 1. Rewrite this middle term with these two numbers. This becomes x squared minus xy plus 5xy minus 5y squared. Now we're going to factor by grouping. From this first two terms, we can factor out an x. This becomes x minus y in parentheses. From these next two terms, we want to factor out a number that gives us x minus y in parentheses. So that's going to be plus 5y. That leaves us with x minus y in parentheses. So our solution is this, x minus y times x plus 5y, which is answer choice B, of course. ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says, if the perimeter of a square garden is 60 feet, what is its area? So since we're talking about the perimeter and area of a square, I'm going to start by writing down those two formulas. To find the perimeter, P of a square, it's 4 times its side length, S. To find the area of its square, it's S squared, its side length squared. Clearly, in order to find its area, we need to figure out what S is. Thankfully enough, this problem told us that perimeter is 60. So in place of P here, we can plug in 60. And again, on the ASVAB and PiCAT, you're not permitted to use a calculator or a reference sheet. So you do have to know these formulas. So this is going to be 60 equals 4s. Clearly, if we divide both sides by 4, we'll get s by itself. 60 divided by 4 is 15. All right, now that we know s is 15, we can plug it in right here. This becomes 15 squared, which is the same thing as 15 times 15. You should know that that is going to be 225. So this one is A, 225 square feet. If you couldn't do 15 times 15 mentally, do it off to the side, of course. There's no shame in doing that on the test. 5 times 5 is 25, carry a 2. 1 times 5 is 5, plus 2 is 7. Add a 0 placeholder. 1 times 5 is 5. 1 times 1 is 1. Let's add this up. This is 5. 12, carry a 1. 1 plus 1 is 2. So you can see that's how we got the 225 there. All right, so that is that one. This is a very common type of problem that shows up on both the ASVAB and PiCAT, so make sure you can solve these. ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says if a equals -2 and b equals 3, evaluate the expression a squared minus b squared all to the third power. Let's start by plugging these values in respectively. We know a is -2, so this is -2 squared minus, we know b is 3, so this is 3 squared, and this is all raised to the third power. According to the order of operations, we work out what's in parentheses first. So -2 squared. -2 squared is the same thing as -2 times -2. Negative times a negative is going to be a positive. So this becomes 4 minus 3 squared is just 3 times 3, which is 9. So this is 4 minus 9 to the third power. 4 minus 9 is -5. So this is -5 to the third power. That's the same thing as -5 times -5 times -5. Let's work this out. -5 times -5. A negative times a negative is going to be a positive. This is positive 25. Positive 25 times -5. Again, positive times a negative is going to be a negative. 25 times -5 is -125. So the correct answer to this one is C, -125. ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says if x over 5 minus 10 equals -12, then x equals. So we're going to be solving this equation. In other words, we want to get x equal to something by itself. So let's start by adding 10 to both sides. In doing so, this crosses out, leaving you with x over 5 over here equals -12 plus 10 is going to be -2. Again, to clear this 5 from the denominator of x, we're going to multiply both sides by 5, of course. This crosses out, leaving you with x over here. -2 times 5, again, a negative times a positive is a negative. So x in this case is a -10. If you quickly want to check your work, plug in -10 for x. This becomes -10 divided by 5, which is -2, minus 10 equals -12. Is this a true statement? Well, -2 minus 10 is -12. Does -12 equal -12? It does. So we know we did this one correctly. ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says, what is the area of a parallelogram if its base is x plus 5 and its height is x minus 2? So the formula to find the area of a parallelogram is simply base times height. In this case, we know both of these things. According to the problem, its base is x plus 5 and its height is x minus 2. So we're just going to multiply these two polynomials together. Specifically, we're going to take x and we're going to multiply it here and here. Then we're going to take 5 and multiply it here and here. X times x, of course, is x squared. X times -2 is -2x. X times 5 is plus 5x. 5 times -2 is -10. Let's clean this up by combining like terms. This becomes x squared. -2x plus 5x is plus 3x minus 10. So this one is going to be b, x squared plus 3x minus 10. As ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says solve -2x plus 1 is less than or equal to 7. So the key to solving inequalities is this. You solve it just like an equation, but if you multiply or divide across the inequality sign by a negative value, that's going to prompt you to change the direction of its sign. So let's go ahead and start by subtracting -1 from both sides. This crosses out, leaving you with -2x over here, less than or equal to 7 minus 1 is 6. Now here, we're going to divide both sides by -2. Again, we just divide it across the inequality sign by a negative value. So that's going to prompt us to change the direction of its sign. And 6 divided by -2, again, a positive divided by a negative is going to be a negative. So x is greater than or equal to -3, which is answer choice D, of course. ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says if a rectangle has a length of 12 inches and a width of 5 inches, what is the length of its diagonal? So when you put a diagonal on a rectangle, as I've done down here, you create two right triangles. Therefore, we can find this diagonal by using the Pythagorean theorem. That says a squared plus b squared equals c squared, where a and b are the lengths of the leg and c is the length of the hypotenuse. So this is c, that means this is a and this is b. Let's plug those in. This becomes 12 squared plus 5 squared equals c squared. 12 squared is 144. 5 squared is 25 equals c squared. 144 plus 25 is 169 equals c squared. Again, we just want c, not c squared. So we're going to take the square root of both sides. In doing so, this says c equals the square root of 169, which is 13. Therefore, we know the length of our diagonal is c, 13 inches. ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says, what are the factors of x squared plus 4x plus 3? So we're trying to factor x squared plus 4x plus 3. You should recognize that this has a leading coefficient of 1. So if we can factor it, it's going to look like this, x times x. Now we're looking for two numbers that multiply to positive 3 and add to positive 4. It's going to be plus 1 plus 3. Again, 1 times 3 is 3. 1 plus 3 is 4. And if you want to check your work, you can multiply this one out by multiplying x there, and this 1 here and here. But that said, we know the answer choice is D. X times x is x squared. X times 3 is 3x. 1 times x is x. 1 times 3 is 3. Combine these two like terms in the middle. This becomes x squared plus 4x plus 3, which does match this original equation, so we know we factored it correctly. This ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says, if a circle has a radius of 4 inches, what is its approximate area? Use 3.14 for pi. So we're finding the area of a circle. You have to know this formula. It's pi r squared, where r is the radius. We're told to use 3.14 for pi. This is 3.14 times 4 squared. 4 squared is 4 times 4 are 16. So this is 3.14 times 16. I'm going to do that up here, 3.14 times 16. Move this decimal two places to the right to make this 314 times 16, albeit with two decimals to move back in. 4 times 6 is 24. Carry a 2. That's going to be 8, 18. Add a 0 placeholder. This is 4, 1, 3. Let's add this up. This is 4, 12. Carry a 1, 8, 9, 10. Carry a 1. 5, bringing our two decimals. So the area is going to be D, 50, 24. ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says, which of the following is not a prime number? So a number is considered prime if it only has two factors, notably 1 in itself. 7's prime because its only two factors are 1 and itself. For this test, I would encourage you to memorize the prime numbers from 1 to 100. If you did that, you would say 17's prime, 71's prime. Therefore, 51 is not prime. In addition, you may want to memorize the divisibility rules for 2, 3, and 5. The divisibility rule for 3 says, take the number that you're given and sum the digits, so 5 plus 1 equals 6. If the sum of those digits is divisible by 3, 6 divided by 3 is 2, then that number itself is divisible by 3 and cannot be prime. So 51 is divisible by 3 and therefore is in prime. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is the area of a circle that has a diameter of 4 units? Use 3.14 to approximate pi. So for the ASVAB and PiCAT, you have to know some basic formulas from geometry, including how to calculate the area of a circle. Area of a circle is pi r squared, where r is the radius, of course. In this case, we were given the diameter of the circle, so we also have to know that the diameter of a circle is always equal to twice its radius. That is d equals 2r. Since our diameter is 4, we can plug it in for d here. This is 4 equals 2r. Divide both sides by 2 now to get r by itself. 4 divided by 2 is 2. Now that we know r is 2, we can plug it in right here. And likewise, we were told to use 3.14 to approximate pi. So that's what we'll do there. This becomes 3.14 times 2 squared. 2 squared is the same thing as 2 times 2, which is 4. So this is 3.14 times 4. All right, let's do this math off to the side if you can't do it mentally. This is 3.14 times 4. We have to move this decimal in 3.14 two times to the right to rewrite this as 314 times 4, albeit with two decimals to move back into the left when we're done. 4 times 4 is 16, carry a 1. 1 times 4 is 4 plus 1 is 5. 3 times 4 is 12. Bring our two decimals back in. We can see that the area of our circle is 12.56 square units, which is answer choice C, of course. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is the area of a circle that has a diameter of 8 units? Use 3.14 for pi. So for the ASVAB and PiCAT, you have to know how to find the area and circumference of circles. And again, you're not given a reference sheet on that test, so you have to have this formula memorized. Area of a circle is pi r squared, where r is the radius. That said, in this case, we were told that the diameter of our circle is 8 units, but clearly to find its area, we need its radius. So for this one, you have to know that the diameter is always twice as long as its radius. That is, d is equal to 2r. So we can plug in 8 for d, and then we can solve for r by dividing both sides by 2. This says r is 8 divided by 2, r4. So we know our radius is 4. Let's go ahead and start plugging things in accordingly. Likewise, we're told to use 3.14 for pi times 4 squared. Again, according to the order of operations, we're going to do r square first. 4 squared is the same thing as 4 times 4 is 16. So this is 16 times 3.14. And I'm going to do this off to the side so as not to make any mistakes here. Again, we have 3.14 times 16. We have to move this decimal 1 2 times to the right to make this 314 times 16, albeit with two decimals to move back into our answer when we're done. 6 times 4 is 24, carry a 2. 6 times 1 is 6, plus 2 is 8. 3 times 6 is 18. We have to add a 0 placeholder. 1 times 4 is 4. 1 times 1 is 1. 1 times 3 is 3. Add these together. This is 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Carry a 1, 8, 9, 10. Carry a 1, 3, 4, 5. Bring in our two decimals. So the area of this circle is going to be 50.24 units squared. You can see that that is answer choice D, of course. This ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says, if the diameter of a circle is 15 units, what is its radius? So for this one, you have to know that the diameter of a circle is always equal to twice its radius. In this case, we're told that our diameter is 15 units, so D is 15. So we'll plug that in accordingly. And we want to know what its radius is. So we're going to be solving this equation for r. To do that, we're going to divide both sides by 2. This crosses out, leaving you with r over here. We can see that r is 15 over 2. Most of you could do that mentally and say it's 7.5. That said, on test day, you might be a little bit nervous. So we'll do the long division off to the side. Again, we could read this as 15 divided by 2. 2 goes into 15 7 times without going over. 2 times 7 is 14. 15 minus 14 is 1. Again, there's technically a decimal here in 15 and a 0 after it. Bring that decimal into our answer. Drop down that 0. 2 times 5 is exactly 10. And we have no remainder, so we can stop. So that's how we got 7.5. Again, this one is C, 7.5 units. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, if the diameter of a circle is 25 units, what is its radius? So for the ASVAB and PiCAT, you do have to know some things about circles, including the parts of the circle, as well as how to find the area and circumference of a circle. As far as the parts of a circle are concerned, here's the center point of the circle. The distance from the center point to the edge is called the radius, and the distance across the circle and through the center point is called the diameter. As it happens, the diameter of a circle is always twice as long as its radius. That is, d, diameter, is 2 times its radius. In this case, we were told our diameter is 25, and we want to solve for its radius. So we're going to divide both sides of this equation by 2. 25 divided by 2. Many of you could do that mentally, but if you can't, do 25 divided by 2 off to the side. 2 goes into 2 one time. 2 times 1 is 2. Uh, 2 minus 2 is 0, but we got to drop down this 5. 2 goes into 5 2 times without going over. 2 times 2 is 4. 5 minus 4 is 1. How are we going to proceed? Well, we're going to add a decimal. We're going to bring that decimal into our answer. We're going to add a 0 placeholder and drop that 0 down here. 2 times 5 is exactly 10, so we have no remainder. So we can see that the radius of this circle is going to be B12.5 units if its diameter is 25 units. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, the circle has a circumference of 12 pi. What is its area? So as I've said in multiple videos, you have to know some basic formulas for the ASVAB and PiCAT, including how to find the circumference and area of circles. Again, you're not given a reference sheet on this test. Now let's talk about finding the circumference of a circle. There's actually two formulas you can use. Circumference is pi times diameter, or circumference is 2 pi r. Now, how do you find the area of a circle? There's only one formula to find the area of a circle, that is pi r squared. Given that we're being asked to find the area of this circle and we're going to need the radius to do that, which of these formulas do you think we're going to use? We're going to use the one for circumference that includes the radius right here. So let me write that circumference formula down. Circumference is 2 pi r. In this case, we're told the circumference of our circle is 12 pi. So we're going to plug in 12 pi for C. This becomes 12 pi equals 2 pi r. And again, in order to find the area of this circle, we need r. So we're going to be solving this equation for r by dividing both sides by 2 pi. This crosses out here and here, leaving you with r over here. These pi's cross out. 12 divided by 2 is 6. So we know our radius is 6. Let's go ahead and plug it in. Area is going to be pi times 6 squared. 6 squared is the same thing as 6 times 6. So its area is going to be 36 pi. In this case, we don't have to multiply it out. So we know the answer is going to be D, 36 pi. ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says, if the perimeter of a square garden is 60 feet, what is its area? So since we're talking about the perimeter and area of a square, I'm going to start by writing down those two formulas. To find the perimeter, P of a square, it's 4 times its side length, S. To find the area of its square, it's S squared, its side length squared. Clearly, in order to find its area, we need to figure out what S is. Thankfully enough, this problem told us that perimeter is 60. So in place of P here, we can plug in 60. And again, on the ASVAB and PiCAT, you're not permitted to use a calculator or a reference sheet. So you do have to know these formulas. So this is going to be 60 equals 4s. Clearly, if we divide both sides by 4, we'll get s by itself. 60 divided by 4 is 15. All right, now that we know s is 15, we can plug it in right here. This becomes 15 squared, which is the same thing as 15 times 15. You should know that that is going to be 225. So this one is A, 225 square feet. If you couldn't do 15 times 15 mentally, do it off to the side, of course. There's no shame in doing that on the test. 5 times 5 is 25, carry a 2. 1 times 5 is 5, plus 2 is 7. Add a 0 placeholder. 1 times 5 is 5. 1 times 1 is 1. Let's add this up. This is 5. 12, carry a 1. 1 plus 1 is 2. So you can see that's how we got the 225 there. All right, so that is that one. This is a very common type of problem that shows up on both the ASVAB and PiCAT. So make sure you can solve these. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, which of the following expressions is equivalent to 5x minus 4 minus 8x plus 10? All right, so we have 5x minus 4 minus 8x plus 10. So all we have to do is go through this expression and combine like terms to find its equivalent expression. So 5x and negative 8x are like terms. 5x minus 8x is negative 3x. Now that we've combined them, cross them out. Negative 4 and 10 are like terms. 10 minus 4 is 6. So the equivalent expression is negative 3x plus 6, which you can see is answer choice C, of course. ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says, if the two circles are identical and have a radius of 2 inches, what is the area of the shaded figure below? Use 3.14 for pi. So the area of the shaded figure or the shaded section is going to be equal to the area of the rectangle. How do you find the area of a rectangle? That's simply length times width minus 2. Again, we have two identical circles times the area of one of the circles. That's pi r squared. Thankfully enough, we know what our radius is. According to the problem, that's 2. So this is pi times 2 squared. Now we do have to figure out what the length and width of this rectangle is, and how are we going to do that? Well, again, what is the definition of the radius? Radius means you go from the center point of the circle to the edge of the circle. We know that's 2. So these are both radiuses. 2 plus 2 is 4. We can see that this is the same thing as the width of this uh, rectangle. So this is going to be 4. And again, this is a radius of 2. This is a radius of 2. This is a radius of 2. And this is a radius of 2. So our length is going to be 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2, or 8. All right, so this is going to be 8 times 4. 32 minus 2 squared is 4. 4 times 2 is 8, so this is 8 pi. And we're told to let pi be 3.14, so this is 8 times 3.14. I'm going to work that off to the side very quickly. 3.14 times 8, like so. Move our decimal 2 places to the right to make this 314 times 8, albeit with 2 decimals to move back in. 8 times 4 is 32. Bring down a 2, carry a 3. 8 times 1 is 8, 9, 10, 11, carry a 1. 8 times 3 is 24, 25. Bring in our 2 decimals. So this becomes 32 minus 25, 12. You should be able to do that one mentally. It's going to be C 6.88 inches squared. That said, if you couldn't do it mentally, let's do it off to the side for the practice. This is going to be 32 minus 25, 12. Bring a decimal into there and 2 0 placeholders. We can't do 0 minus 2, so we're going to have to borrow. We're going to have to borrow from this 2. This is going to become a 1. Uh, this will become a 10. Borrow one more time. This becomes 9. This becomes 10. 10 minus 2 is 8. 9 minus 1 is 8. Bring our decimal down. We have to borrow. We can't do 1 minus 5, so this is going to become 2. And this is going to become a 11. 11 minus 5 is going to be 6. 2 minus 2 is nothing. So that's how we got our 6.88. And that is that one. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, if the circle is inscribed by a square that has a side length of 6 units, what is the area of the shaded region? Use 3.14 for pi. So to find the area of the shaded region, we're going to find the area of the square, of course, which is going to be s squared, that is its side length squared, minus the area of the circle, which is pi r squared. Again, since you're not permitted to use a calculator or a reference sheet on the ASVAB or PiCAT, you do have to commit both of these formulas to memory. Now, according to the problem, we know the side length of this square is 6 units, so S, in other words, is 6. Let's go ahead and plug that in. This becomes 6 squared minus pi. What is the radius of this circle? Well, we know that the diameter, which is the distance from edge to edge of the circle and through the center point, is 6. Its radius is going to be half of that. So this is the radius. And of course, the diameter is always twice as long as the radius. We know the diameter, that is the distance from here to here, is 6. So this becomes 6 equals to r. To solve for r, we could divide both sides by 2. This crosses out, leaving you with r over here. 6 divided by 2 is 3. So we know the radius of our circle is 3. So let's go ahead and plug that in. This becomes 3 squared. 6 squared is 36 minus, we're told to let pi be 3.14, so this is 3.14. And 3 squared is 3 times 3 are 9. So let's go ahead and work out the rest of this. We have 3.14 times 9. To do this math, we have to move this decimal in 3.14 2 times to the right to make it 314 times 9, albeit with 2 decimals to move back into our answer. 9 times 4 is 36, so bring down a 6, carry a 3. 9 times 1 is 9, 10, 11, 12. Bring down a 2, carry a 1. 9 times 3 is 27, plus 1 is 28. Bring in our 2 decimals, 1, 2. This becomes 36 minus 28, 26. And so as not to make a mistake, I'm going to do this math off to the side as well. Again, we have 36 minus 28, 26. Let's go ahead and work this out. We can't do 0 minus 6. We're going to have to come all the way over here and borrow. This becomes 5. This becomes 10. This becomes 9. This becomes 10. 10 minus 6 is 4. 9 minus 2 is 7. Drop down our decimal. 5 minus 8 we can't do, so this is going to become 2. This will become 15. 15 minus 8 is going to be 7, and 2 minus 2 is nothing. So we can see that the area of the shaded region is going to be 7.74 units squared, which is answer choice C, of course. This ASVAB PiCAT arithmetic reasoning practice test question says a road crew used a square template to paint triangles on the road. For the square shown, what is the area of the triangular part labeled ABC? So first you have to know that in squares, all the sides are equal. So of this side is 12 inches, this side's also 12 inches, this side's 12 inches, and this side's 12 inches. Clearly, we have to find the area of this triangle. That's going to be given by the formula area equals 1/2 base times height. Now we have to identify our base and height. This is our base, of course, so B is going to be 12. Our height of the triangle is going to be from the apex straight down, and we can see that our height is the same length as this side, so that's also going to be 12. So this becomes 1/2 12 times 12. 1/2 times 12 is 6, so this is 6 times 12, which is 72. So the correct answer to this one is D, 72 inches. This ASVAB PiCAT math knowledge practice test question says an equilateral triangle has the same perimeter as a square that has a side length of 6 units. How long is each side of the triangle? So first of all, we have to find the perimeter of our square. That's going to be 4 times the side length, which we know is 6. So this becomes perimeter equals 4 times 6. 4 times 6 is 24. So we know our perimeter is 24. How do we find the perimeter of an equilateral triangle? First of all, you have to know that all the sides in an equilateral triangle are the same. To find its perimeter, you simply add up all of the sides. That's x plus x plus x are 3x. Again, we know these perimeters are the same, so this is going to be 24. This is 24 equals 3x. Divide both sides by 3 now to get x by itself. 24 divided by 3 is 8. Again, x corresponds to the side length of this equilateral triangle, which is 8. So we know this one is going to be D8. Solve this arithmetic reasoning practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT. It says which equation can be used to find the length of the remaining side. We have a right triangle, of course, and one of the sides is missing. Therefore, we're going to make use of the Pythagorean theorem, which is a squared plus b squared equals c squared. A and b are the legs, and c is the hypotenuse. Hypotenuse is always across from the right angle. So I know c is 12. I'm going to let a equal 6, and finally, that means b is going to be x. Let's plug these values in. This becomes 6 squared plus x squared equals 12 squared. Again, we want to find x, the remaining side. So we're going to subtract 6 squared from both sides like this. In doing so, this crosses out, leaving us with x squared equals 12 squared minus 6 squared. And as you can see, that is answer choice A. That will get us the remaining side length if we kept working that out. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says solve -22 plus 33. All right, so at first glance, this may look challenging until you realize that we can simply rewrite this to be 33 minus 22. Again, if you can't do that mentally for some reason, go ahead and do it the old fashioned way here. 33 minus 22. 3 minus 2 is 1. 3 minus 2 is 1. So this one is D11. If you need more help with adding and subtracting integers, find that video on my channel and go through it. But that is that one. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says simplify 32 over 7. So 32 over 7 is an improper fraction because the numerator is bigger than the denominator. So we can convert this to mixed number. And to do that, we use long division. We read this as 32 divided by 7. How many times does 7 go into 32 without going over? That's 4 times. 4 times 7 is 28. 32 minus 28 is 4. So we have enough information to write our mixed number. This 4 is going to be our whole number. This remainder of 4 is going to be our numerator. And this 7 is going to be our denominator. So this one is B, 4 and 4/7. ASVAB PiCAT math knowledge practice test question says if a circle has a circumference of 14 pi, what is its area? So let's start by writing down both the formula for area and circumference. Circumference is 2 pi r, where r is the radius. Area is going to be pi r squared. So in order to calculate area, we do need r. Again, we know the circumference is 14 pi equals 2 pi r. If we divide both sides by 2 pi, we'll get r by itself. So let's go ahead and do that. This crosses out here and here, leaving you with r on that side. These pi's cross out. 14 divided by 2 is 7. Again, we know r is 7, so plug it in. This becomes pi times 7 squared. 7 squared is 49, so this is 49 pi, which is answer choice C, of course. Math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, in a standard deck of playing cards, an ace of spades is drawn and not replaced. What is the probability of drawing another ace from the deck? So to answer this one, you have to know that in a standard deck of playing cards, there are 52 of them. And for each card, there's going to be 4 suits. So for an ace, for example, there's an ace of clubs, an ace of spades, an ace of hearts, and an ace of diamonds. And you can see that repeats itself for each of the cards. So to answer this one, we know that we took the ace of spades, drew it, and then got rid of it. And by getting rid of that one card, we went down to 51 cards in the deck. And how many aces are left in the deck? There's 1, 2, 3. So the probability of drawing another ace is 3 over 51. That said, we can reduce this by a common factor of 3. How do I know 51 is divisible by 3? 5 plus 1 is 6. So the sum of 51 is divisible by 3. Therefore, 51 itself is going to be divisible by 3. And you can do the long division off to the side very quickly. 3 goes into 5 one time. 1 times 3 is 3. 5 minus 3 is 2. Bring down this 1. 3 times 7 is 21 with no remainder. So 3 divided by 3 is 1. 51 divided by 3 is 17. Your probability of drawing another ace is C, 1 over 17. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, in a standard deck of playing cards, a king of hearts is drawn and not replaced. What is the probability of drawing another king from the deck? So in a standard deck of playing cards, there are 4 kings and there are 52 cards in total. So according to the problem, king of hearts is drawn. So when that card is drawn, what happens to the deck? Well, we're down to 3 kings in the deck and 51 cards in the deck. We can see that this isn't an answer choice. So what do we know about 51? 5 plus 1 is 6. Therefore, 51 is divisible by 3. So in other words, we could reduce this fraction. 3 divided by 3 is 1. What is 51 divided by 3? Well, if you can't do that mentally, do the long division here. 3 goes into 5 one time without going over. 1 times 3 is 3. 5 minus 3 is 2. Drop down this 1. 3 times 7 is 21. We have no remainder. So this is 1 over 17. Your odds of drawing another king from the deck, which had 1 removed previously, is C, 1 over 17. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says the absolute value of 13 minus 15 equals. So let's do this math. 13 minus 15 is negative 2. What is the absolute value of negative 2? That's just 2. Why is it 2? Because I know I'm going to get that question. Well, the absolute value of a number is its distance away from 0 without regard to its sign. So here's negative 2. How far away is negative 2 from 0? It's 1, 2 places away from negative 0. So again, that's absolute value. And this one is D. This math knowledge practice test question says, if the absolute value of x minus 5 equals 10, what are its solutions? So we're working with an absolute value equation here, and these are a little bit unique in how you solve them. You're actually going to have 2 solutions, and the way you arrive at those solutions is like so. You write one solution is x minus 5 equals 10, and the other solution is x minus 5 equals negative 10. And then you just solve each of these for x. For this one, we just have to add 5 to both sides. This crosses out. This says x equals 15. In this case, we're going to be adding 5 to both sides again. This crosses out. This says x equals negative 10 plus 5 is negative 5. So our 2 solutions are x equals negative 5 or x equals 15, which you can see is answer choice B in this case. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says 1/2 plus 1/3 plus 1/4. So we're adding these three fractions together, and again, you can't use a calculator on this test. In order to add fractions, they all have to have the same or a common denominator. So what we're going to do is rewrite all three of these fractions with a common denominator so that we can add them, of course. 2, 3, and 4 all go into 12. So 12 is going to be our common denominator. To write 2 as 12, I have to multiply it by 6. I'm also going to do that to its numerator. To write 3 as 12, I have to multiply it by 4. I also have to do that to its numerator. And to write 4 as 12, I have to multiply it by 3. I'm also going to have to do that to its numerator. Again, when you add fractions, you keep your denominator the same. Uh, 6 plus 4 is 10, plus 3 is 13. All right, so we got the improper fraction 13 over 12. The next thing we have to do is convert this improper fraction to mixed number, and we could do that via long division. We could read this as 13 divided by 12. How many times does 12 go into 13 without going over? That's one time. 1 times 12 is 12. 13 minus 12 is 1. All right, we have enough to write our mixed number. This 1 is going to be our whole number. This remainder of 1 is going to be our numerator. And this 12 is going to be our denominator. So this one, as you can see, is a 1 and 1/12. This practice test question for the math knowledge subtest of the ASVAB and PiCAT says, which pairs of angles are equal in measurement? So the first thing I want to point out is that angles 1, 2, 3, and 4 share a vertex. Angles that are on opposite sides of a shared vertex are equal. So angles 1 and 4 are equal, 3 and 2 are equal. Down here, 5, 6, 7, and 8 share a vertex. So 7 and 6 are equal, 5 and 8 are equal. Additionally, you have to know the alternate interior angles theorem, which says if two parallel lines are cut by a transversal, then the alternate interior angles are also congruent, that is, equal to each other. So let's go through our answer choices one by one. 1 and 2. 1 and 2 form a straight line, therefore, they are supplementary. Angles 4 and 5. Well, as you can see, those are alternate interior angles, therefore, they are going to be equal. So this one is B. This math knowledge practice test question for the math knowledge subtest of the ASVAB and PiCAT says this: using 22 over 7 to approximate pi, find the area of a circle that has a diameter of half an inch. All right, so since we're going to have to calculate the area of a circle, the first thing I'm going to do is write down that formula. That's area equals pi r squared. You do have to know that formula for this test, of course. Now, if we look back at the question, it says our circle has a diameter of half an inch. To use this formula, we need radius. So you also have to know that the diameter of a circle is always equal to twice its radius. In this case, we know our diameter is half an inch, so that's going to be equal to 2r. And we're going to solve this little equation for r to find out how long our radius is. To clear this 2 in front of the r, we're going to multiply both sides by 1/2. This 2 and this 1/2 cross out. Again, 2 times 1/2 is just 1. So that's just r over here. 1/2 times 1/2. When you multiply fractions, you just multiply straight across. In other words, we do 1 times 1, which is 1. 2 times 2 is 4. So now we know our radius is 1/4. We can go ahead and plug it in. Likewise, we know that we're going to be using 22 over 7 to approximate pi, so we'll plug that in as well. So this becomes 22 over 7 times 1/4 squared. So we're going to follow the order of operations here. That is, we're going to do this exponent first, and then we'll do the multiplication after that. What is 1/4 squared? And I'm going to do this off to the side so you can see it. When you square a fraction, this square goes both to the 1 as well as the 4. 1 squared is just 1. So this becomes 22 over 7 times 1 over, what is 4 squared? That's 4 times 4, or 16. All right, again, we're multiplying two fractions, so we're going to multiply straight across. Before we multiply straight across, we want to try to reduce this via cross reduction to make this math a lot easier. I know that 2 goes into 16 8 times. Likewise, 2 goes into 22 11 times. So this is going to be 11 times 1, which is 11, over 7 times 8, which is 56. So our area is 1156 square inches, which we can see is answer choice D. This is a pretty hard problem because, again, you had to know that the diameter of a circle is always twice its radius. And you also had to know how to square and multiply fractions. So, again, this is kind of a tough problem. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is the area of a circle that has a diameter of 4 units? Use 3.14 to approximate pi. So for the ASVAB and PiCAT, you have to know some basic formulas from geometry, including how to calculate the area of a circle. Area of a circle is pi r squared, where r is the radius, of course. In this case, we were given the diameter of the circle, so we also have to know that the diameter of a circle is always equal to twice its radius. That is d equals 2r. Since our diameter is 4, we can plug it in for d here. This is 4 equals 2r. Divide both sides by 2 now to get r by itself. 4 divided by 2 is 2. Now that we know r is 2, we can plug it in right here. And likewise, we were told to use 3.14 to approximate pi. So that's what we'll do there. This becomes 3.14 times 2 squared. 2 squared is the same thing as 2 times 2, which is 4. So this is 3.14 times 4. All right, let's do this math off to the side if you can't do it mentally. This is 3.14 times 4. We have to move this decimal in 3.14 two times to the right to rewrite this as 314 times 4, albeit with two decimals to move back into the left when we're done. 4 times 4 is 16, carry a 1. 1 times 4 is 4 plus 1 is 5. 3 times 4 is 12. Bring our two decimals back in. We could see that the area of our circle is 12.56 square units, which is answer choice C, of course. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is the arithmetic mean of 1.5 and 9? So to find the mean, you're always going to sum the numbers you're given and divide by how many numbers you added up. So in this case, we're going to do 1.5 plus 9. How many numbers are we adding together? 1, 2. All right, you should be able to do 1.5 plus 9 mentally. That's going to be 10.5 divided by 2. Now, in this case, we could read this as 10.5 divided by 2. Of course, since we have a decimal here, let's go ahead and bring that into our answer. How many times does 2 go into 10 without going over? That's going to be 5 times. 2 times 5 is 10. 10 minus 10 is 0, so drop down this 5. How many times does 2 go into 5 without going over? Well, that's going to be 2 times. 2 times 2 is 4. 5 minus 4 is 1. Again, we have a 0 here that we can drop down. How many times does 2 go into 10? That's going to be 5 times. 2 times 5 is 10 with no remainder. So the mean of 1.5 and 9, which is the same thing as 1.5 plus 9 divided by 2, which is 10.5 divided by 2, as you can see, is 5.25. So this one is going to be B, of course. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is the product of a minus 2 and 3a plus 2? So we're going to be multiplying a minus 2 and 3a plus 2 together. You could use the FOIL method, but all you have to do is this. You're going to take a, you're going to multiply it here and here. Then you're going to take negative 2 and multiply it here and here. A times 3a is going to be 3a squared. A times 2 is 2a. Negative 2 times positive 3a, again, a negative times a positive is going to be negative 6a. And negative 2 times positive 2 is negative 4. All right, we have to simplify this expression by combining like terms. Again, a squared doesn't have a corresponding like term, so this is just 3a squared. Just bring it down. 2a minus 6a are like terms. 2a minus 6a is negative 4a, of course. Cross those out, and then we're just left with negative 4. So this is the result when we multiply these two polynomials together. It's 3a squared minus 4a minus 4, which is answer choice B, of course. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says simplify 3x times negative x squared minus x minus 1. So to get started, I'm going to copy this one down. We have 3x times negative x squared minus x minus 1. And we're going to take 3x and distribute it here, here, and here. 3x times negative x squared, a positive times a negative is going to be a negative 3x to the third. 3x times negative x is going to be negative 3x squared, and negative 3x times negative 1 is negative 3x. So this one is negative 3x to the third minus 3x squared minus 3x, which is answer choice D. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, if one side of a hexagon is x plus 2, what is its perimeter? So here's a hexagon. As you can see, it's a six-sided figure, and all the sides are equal. If one side's x plus 2, then all these other sides are x plus 2. That said, how do you find the perimeter of a regular polygon, including a hexagon? You add up all of its sides. Instead of doing x plus 2, plus x plus 2 plus x plus 2 six times, we're going to do 6 times x plus 2. And again, we're just going to take this 6 and multiply it here and here. This becomes 6x plus 12. So the perimeter of a hexagon with one side being x plus 2 is 6x plus 12, answer choice C in this case. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is the prime factorization of 48? So in order to find the prime factorization of 48, we first have to understand that a prime number is only divisible by 1 in itself, and 1 is never considered a prime number. Some common prime numbers are 2, 3, 5, and 7. So using these common prime numbers as well as a factor tree, we should be able to find the prime factorization of 48 pretty quickly. Again, 48 is the same thing as 2 times 24. 2 times 24 is 48, of course. 24 is 2 times 12. 12 is 2 times 6. And 6 is 2 times 3. Now let's identify our prime numbers in this factor tree. 2's prime, 2's prime, 2's prime, 2's prime, and 3's prime. In other words, if I multiply 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 3. This will equal 48. So the prime factorization of 48, in other words, is 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 3, which you can see is answer choice D in this case. ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says, if the ratio of the side length of square A to the side length of square B is 1 to 10, what is the ratio of their perimeters? So their side lengths have a ratio of 1 to 10. Well, what's that mean? That means this side length can be 1 and this side length can be 10. How do you find the perimeter of a square? You simply add up all of its sides. So if this side's 1, all these other sides must be 1. 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 is 4. Again, if this side's 10, all these other sides must be 10. How do you find the perimeter of this square? 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10 is 40. What is the ratio of their perimeters? Again, that's going to be 4 to 40. And we can divide these by a common factor of 4. 4 divided by 4 is 1. 40 divided by 4 is 10. So the ratio of their perimeters is D, 1 to 10 as well. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, solve for y given the inequality 2y plus 7 greater than negative 4y minus 5. So again, on the ASVAB and PiCAT, you don't get a reference sheet or a calculator, so you want to get in the habit of copying things down on your own scratch paper and working it out yourself. Now, when you solve inequalities, you treat them just like equations. That is to say, you want to get all of your letter variables on one side of the inequality and everything else on the other side of the inequality. That said, there is one rule that you have to know regarding inequalities, and it's this. If you multiply or divide across the inequality sign by a negative value, that's going to prompt you to change the direction of the sign. Again, if you multiply or divide across the inequality sign only by a negative value, that prompts you to change the direction of the sign. Now to solve this one, I'm going to start by adding 4y to both sides of the equation. In doing so, this crosses out. 2y plus 4y is 6y plus 7 greater than negative 5. And finally, to get 6y by itself, we're going to subtract 7 from both sides. Now here, I'm just subtracting. You can add and subtract across the inequality sign all you want. That's not going to prompt you to change the direction of the sign. In doing so, this crosses out, leaving us with 6y over here. greater than -5 minus 7 is going to be -12. And last but not least, we're going to get y by itself by dividing both sides of the inequality by 6. This crosses out, leaving you with y greater than, what is -12 divided by 6? A negative divided by a positive is going to be a negative. 12 divided by 6, more specifically, is 2. So the answer to this one is y is greater than -2, which, as you can see, is answer choice C. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says solve the inequality. We have 12 times x minus 2 greater than 2 times 4x minus 8. So as a reminder, on the actual ASVAB and PiCAT, you will not be permitted to use a calculator or a reference sheet, but you will have scratch paper, so you want to get in the habit of copying things down. In this case, to solve this inequality, the first step we're going to take is multiply this 12 here and here, and multiply this 2 here and here. 12 times x is 12x. 12 times -2 is -24. That's greater than 2 times 4x, which is 8x, minus 2 times -8 is -16. All right, so our goal is to solve this inequality. That is to say, we want to get x to one side of the inequality by itself. And to do that, I'm going to subtract 8x from both sides. This crosses out here. 12x minus 8x is going to be 4x minus 24 greater than -16. And again, the key to remember with inequalities is this. You can add and subtract across the inequality sign all you want. It's not going to change the direction of the sign. As soon as you multiply or divide across the inequality sign by a negative value, it changes the direction of the sign. But in this case, we're just adding 24 to this side to get 4x by itself. -16 plus 24 is going to be positive 8. And we're going to divide both sides by positive 4 now to get x by itself. Uh, 8 divided by 4 is 2. So the solution to this inequality is x is greater than 2, which you can see is D. Some people might ask why this isn't correct, but you have to remember this includes the value -1, which is not true in this case. So this one is D. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says solve the inequality -3y is greater than or equal to 21 plus 6. So we have -3y greater than or equal to 21 plus 6. So to get started, we can combine 21 and 6. 21 and 6 is going to be 27. All right, so we're going to be solving this inequality for y. So the next thing we're going to do is divide both sides by -3. Now, whenever you multiply or divide across the inequality sign by a negative value, that's going to prompt you to change the direction of the sign. In this case, I divided across the inequality by a -3, so I'm going to change the direction of its sign. This crosses out, leaving you with y on this side. 27 divided by -3. A positive divided by a negative is going to be a negative. 27 divided by 3 is 9. So this is y is less than or equal to -9, which is going to be answer choice C. Again, remember, if you multiply or divide across the inequality sign by a negative value, that prompts you to change the direction of its sign. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says solve the following equation for D. It says B equals CD. Well, this is a literal equation, and our goal here is to get D equal to something by itself, as you can kind of see from our answer choices. This says C times D. To get rid of C, we're going to do the opposite operation of multiplication. That is, we're going to divide both sides of the equation by C. In doing so, this crosses out, says D equals B over C. And then if you want to write it like an answer choice, you just do this, D equals B over C, which we can see is answer choice C in this case. ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says solve the equation for G. We have F times X equals G times W. So when they say solve the equation for G, what they're really saying is get G equal to something by itself. And in this case, it's only going to take us one step to do that. We're going to do the opposite operation here. Again, this is G times W. So we're going to divide both sides of this equation by W. In doing so, this crosses out, leaving you with G on this side And as you can see, G is equal to f of x over W. And if you want to write it as G equal to something, it's simply G equals f of x over W. So this one is going to be d f of x over W. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is the surface area of a box that is 9 inches wide, 14 inches long, and 7 inches tall? So the dimensions of our box are width of 9 inches, length of 14 inches, and a height of 7 inches. To find the surface area, the formula is actually pretty easy to remember. It's going to be 2 times, and all we're going to do is make sure to multiply these three dimensions by each other and add them together. And this 2 refers to the fact that there are two identical faces for each of these in a box. So I'm going to first do width times length plus 2, and I'm going to do width times height next plus 2, and I'm going to do finally length times height. And that's all you need to know to calculate surface area. Again, all you do is take these three dimensions, multiply them together, and put a 2 in front of them and add them all up. So that is it. Let's go ahead and plug these values in. This is 9 times 14 plus 2. Width times height is going to be 9 times 7 plus 2. And this is going to be 14 times 7. All right, now comes the most tedious part where we actually have to do this math. And I'm going to do it off to the side so as not to make any mistakes. We have 14 times 9. 9 times 4 is going to be 36, so carry a 3. 9, 10, 11, 12. So this is 2 times 126. Plus 9 times 7 is going to be 63. So this is 2 times 63. Plus 2. If you can't do 14 times 7 mentally, do it off to the side. We have 14 times 7. 4 times 7 is 28. Carry a 2. That's 7, 8, 9. So this is 98. All right, let's keep working this out. And again, this problem is very tedious. Let's do 126 times 2. 6 times 2 is 12. Carry a 1. 2 times 2 is 4 plus 1 is 5. 2 times 1 is 2. So this is 252 plus. If you can't do 63 times 2, always do it off to the side. Again, you will have scratch paper on test day. 3 times 2 is 6. 6 times 2 is 12. So this is 126. And then finally, we have 98 times 2. Again, if you can't do that mentally, do it off to the side. 8 times 2 is 16, carry a 1. 9 times 2 is 18 plus 1 is 19. So this is going to be, and I'm going to do this off to the side as well, 252 plus 126 plus 196. 6 and 6 is 12, 13, 14. Carry a 1. 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 plus 15 is going to be 17. Carry a 1. 2, 3, 4, 5. So the surface area of this box, as you can see, is going to be 574 square inches, which as it happens is answer choice D, of course. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is the surface area of a box that is 6 inches wide, 12 inches long, and 9 inches tall? So just to make sure it's nice and clear, I'm going to write out these dimensions. Again, we have a length of 12 inches, a width of 6 inches, and a height of 9 inches. Now, since you're not permitted to use a reference sheet or a calculator on the actual ASVAB or PiCAT, you do have to commit these formulas to memory. Specifically for boxes, you have to know how to find the volume of a box as well as the surface area of a box. Now, finding surface area is very simple. We have 3 dimensions and a box has 6 faces. So to find its surface area, we're going to do 2. Again, there are 2 identical faces in a box. And then all we're going to do is make sure we multiply these 3 things together. So first I'm going to do length times width plus, again, 2 faces. So 2 times length times height plus 2. And finally, we have width times height. All right, so that is the formula. It's not very hard to memorize. Now that we have the formula down, let's go ahead and plug things in and solve accordingly. Length times width is going to be 12 times 6 plus 2. Length times height is going to be 12 times 9 plus 2. What is width times height? That's going to be 6 times 9. Now, this is where mental math and knowing your times tables is pretty important. What is 12 times 6? It's 72. What is 12 times 9? It's going to be 108. And finally, what is 6 times 9. Now, truthfully, till this day, I still have to use my hands and fingers for this one. It's going to be 54. All right, now for this part, if you want to work it off to the side, you can. You should be able to do this part mentally too, but if you need to work it off to the side, you can. Again, 72 times 2, that's 14. So this is 144 plus 2 times 108. You should be able to do mentally, but if you want, do it off to the side so you don't make any mistakes. 8 times 2 is 16, carry a 1. 0 times 2 is 0, plus 1 is 1. 2 times 1 is 2, so this is plus 216. And 54 times 2, again, you should be able to do that mentally, but if you can't do it off to the side, we have 54 times 2. This is 810, so this is 108. Now let's go ahead and add these three things together. Now I would definitely do this part off to the side. Again, we have 216, 144, and 108. 6 and 4 is 10, plus 8 is 18, so drop down at 8, carry a 1. 4, 5, 6. And then 2, 3, 4. So the surface area of this box is going to be 468 square inches, which is answer choice C. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says there are n students in a class. If there are x boys, how many girls are in the class? So in this problem, n represents the total number of students in the class. X represents the number of boys in the class, and we do not have a letter variable to represent the number of girls in the class, so I'm going to say that's going to be Y. So Y represents the number of girls in the class. Again, to determine the total number of students in the class, we would say the number of boys plus the number of girls equals the total, which is n. Now, if we wanted to solve for the number of girls in the class, all we would have to do is subtract both sides of this equation by x. In doing so, this crosses out, leaving you with y over here. This becomes n minus x. So to determine the total number of girls in the class, we do n minus x, which is answer choice C, of course. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says 12 is 15% of what number? So we're going to translate this statement into an equation that we'll then solve. 12 is in math is equal, 12 equals 15% as a decimal is 0.15. Of is multiply. What number? That number is unknown, so call it x. So we're going to be solving this one-step equation for x by dividing both sides by 0.15. This crosses out, leaving you with x over here. What is 12 divided by 0.15? Well, you can't do long division with the decimal outside the division bar, so you have to move this decimal 2 times to make that 15. And you're going to move this decimal after 12 a corresponding number of times, that is 1, 2. So this becomes 1200 divided by 15. And you know that has to be a pretty big number, right? Can't be 1.8. 15 times 1.8 is going to be less than 30. This is going to be a very small number. So we know that this is either 18 or 80. And if you can't figure that out, you can quickly do it off to the side. You can do 15 times 18. 5 times 8 is 40. So bring down a 0, carry a 4. 8 times 1 is 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Add a 0 placeholder. 1 times 5 is 5. 1 times 1 is 1. You can see that this is only going to be 270, which is too small. So 15 times 80 is exactly 1200. And you don't have to work that out with no remainder. So this one is going to be D80. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says simplify 25x to the fourth y to the third z over 5xyz. So in this case, we're simplifying this expression. And in order to do that, we have to know one of the laws of exponents, notably the quotient rule, which says this. If you have a to the m over a to the n, that's equal to a to the m minus n. If the exponent is positive, it goes in the numerator. If it's negative, it goes in the denominator, and you make the exponent positive. So let's get started. 25 divided by 5 is 5. Now, XYZ, technically X is raised to the first power, Y is raised to the first power, and Z is also raised to the first power. Generally speaking, if something's raised to the first power, you do not write the 1 there in algebra. So let's get started with x to the fourth over x to the first. Again, we have x to the fourth over x to the first. According to the quotient rule, what are we going to do? We're going to subtract our exponents. This is 4 minus 1. This becomes x to the third. Again, our exponent's positive, so it's going to go up here in our numerator. Let's do our y's now. We have y to the third over y to the first. What does our quotient rule say? It says to subtract your exponents. So this is y to the 3 minus 1, which is y squared. So this is y squared here. Now let's look at our z's. Again, this is not raised to any power, so we assume it's raised to the first power. We have z to the first power over z to the first power. According to the quotient rule, that's going to be z to the 1 minus 1, which is z to the 0. Anything raised to the 0 power is just 1. So we could do times 1 here, but it doesn't make a lot of sense to include that because all of this times 1 is just itself. So we do not have to write that 1 there. You can see our answer is 5x to the third y squared, which is answer choice B, of course. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, which of the following expressions is equivalent to 92x squared plus x minus 1 plus xy plus 2x to the third over x? So everything in this expression looks normal up until we get to 2x to the third over x. There has to be something we can do to this to make it look like the other variables in our expression. And you should recall that one of the laws of exponents, notably the quotient rule, says if you have a to the m over a to the n, that's equal to a to the m minus n. Let's disregard this 2 for a second. We have x to the third over x. X is technically raised to the first power here. So according to the quotient rule, this becomes x to the 3 minus 1 or x squared. So in other words, I can rewrite 2x to the third over x to be 2x squared, and I'm going to replace that up here. This is equivalent to 2x squared. All right, so let me copy down the new expression. We have 92x squared plus x minus 1 plus xy plus 2x squared. So we're going to look through this expression and combine like terms. Again, like terms have the same letter variables raised to the same power. So in 92x squared, our letter variable x is raised to the second power. Here we have the letter variable x raised to the second power. 92x squared plus 2x squared is going to be 94x squared. So we're going to cross those out now that we've combined them. And typically you write these expressions in highest order first, so x squared is going to come first. Next, we're going to include x. Again, there's no corresponding like term with x, so we'll just copy that down as is. Then xy. Again, there's no corresponding like term, so just copy it down. And then minus 1. No corresponding like term, so copy it down, cross it out. So the equivalent expression is a 94x squared plus x plus xy minus 1. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says simplify the square root of 81 x to the fourth y to the sixth. So you should know that the square root of 81 is 9. All these answer choices that don't start with 9 therefore are incorrect. Now let's rewrite this square root using an exponent, and that's going to make simplifying x to the fourth and y to the sixth much easier. So again, we're going to write this as 81 x to the fourth, y to the sixth, all raised to the 1/2 power. When you raise something to the 1/2 power, that means you take the square root of it. Again, the square root of 81 is 9. So we did that already. Now we can use the power rule for exponents to quickly figure out the rest of these. The power rule says this: if you have a to the m raised to the n power, that's equal to a to the m times n. That is to say you multiply your exponents. So right here, what do we have? We have x to the fourth to the 1/2 power. This is going to be equal to x to the fourth times 1/2. 4 times 1/2 is 2, so this is x squared. Let's do the same thing with y. We have y to the sixth to the 1/2 power. That's equal to y to the sixth times 1/2, which is y to the third. All right, so just like that, using the power rule, we were able to simplify this to be 9x squared, y to the third, which is answer choice A. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says simplify 3 over 5x plus 2x. And again, on the ASVAB and PiCAT, you don't get a reference sheet or a calculator, so you want to get in the habit of copying things down. Now, in this case, we're being asked to add these two polynomials. That said, you can see that one of them is written as a fraction, notably as 3 over 5x. In order to add fractions, they have to have a common or the same denominator. So the first thing I'm going to do is rewrite 2x as a fraction by placing it over 1. Again, 2x over 1 or 2x divided by 1 is just 2x. And now we're going to try to rewrite one of these or both of these such that they have a common denominator. And the common denominator between 5x and 1 is going to be 5x. We're not going to change this first polynomial, so we'll just copy it down as is. In order to write 2x over 1 with a denominator of 5x, we have to multiply both its denominator and numerator by 5x. 1 times 5x is 5x. 2x times 5x is going to be 10x squared. Now that we have a common denominator, we can treat these just like fractions and add them. Again, the denominator is not going to change, and we're just going to add our numerator. So this is going to become 3 plus 10x squared. And typically, you always put the letter variable first. So in other words, we could rewrite this as 10x squared plus 3 over 5x. And we could see that this is answer choice C, of course. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is the area of the rectangle? You can see that we have a rectangle that's 2.5 units wide and 8 units long. How do you find the area of a rectangle? It's area equals length times width. I think they teach this formula in middle school, if not elementary school. But for the ASVAB and PiCAT, you have to have it memorized since you don't get a formula sheet on the test. So let's go ahead and plug these values in and solve accordingly. We know our length is 8 units and our width is 2.5 units. So this is 8 times 2.5. Now, many of you can solve this mentally because you can break 2.5 apart. 8 times 2 is 16. 1/2 times 8 is 4. 16 plus 4 is 20. So the area of this rectangle is 20 square units. That said, let's say you haven't done this math with fractions in a long time. Let me show you how to do it. We got 8 times 2.5. We're going to write 2.5 to be an improper fraction, and I'm going to write 8 to be a fraction by placing it over 1. So this is 8 over 1. To write 2.5 as an improper fraction, we do 2 times 2, which is 4 plus 1. So that's 5 over 2. Again, now we're multiplying two fractions. When you multiply two fractions, you just multiply straight across. 8 times 5 is 40. 1 times 2 is 2. 40 divided by 2 is 20. So if you've forgotten how to do this mentally, you could always do it the old-fashioned way as well. So that is that one. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is the area of a triangle with a base of 8 feet and a height of 4 feet? So in order to find the area of a triangle, you're always going to use the formula area equals 1/2 base times height, of course. And as a quick reminder, you're not permitted to use a reference sheet on the actual ASVAB or PiCAT, so you got to commit this formula to memory. In this case, we know our base is 8 feet and our height is 4 feet, so let's plug those in respectively. This becomes 1/2 times 8 times 4. Now, if you can't do 1/2 times 8 mentally, you could always do it off to the side. Again, you have 1/2 times 8. Write 8 as a fraction by placing it over 1. And then cross reduce. 2 goes into 2 one time. 2 goes into 8 4 times. 1 over 1 is just 1. 4 over 1 is just 4. 1 times 4 is 4. So 1/2 of 8 is 4. 4 times 4, of course, is 16. So the area of this triangle is B, 16 square feet. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is the area of a triangle that has a base of 12 units and a height of 10 units? So you really don't have to sketch anything for this one. Instead, you just have to know the formula to find the area of a triangle. That's area equals 1/2 base times height. Of course, we're told that the base is 12 units, so B is 12, and the height is 10 units. So we'll just go ahead and plug those values in respectively. This becomes 1 half times, again, the base was 12 and the height was 10. And we could do this math very quickly. What is 1 half of 12? 1 half times 12 is 6. So this is 6 times 10. 6 times 10 is 60. So its area is B 60 square units. Now, if you couldn't do 1 half times 12, I'll do it off to the side very quickly for you. You have 1 half times 12. You write 12 as a fraction by placing it over 1. When you multiply two fractions, you multiply straight across. 1 times 12 is 12. 2 times 1 is 2. 12 divided by 2 is 6. All right, so that is that one. ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says, what is the slope of the line that passes through the points -2, -2, and 2, 2? Again, for the ASVAB and PiCAT, you have to memorize some formulas, including how to calculate slope when you're given 2 points on a line. That's going to be y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. Where do we get these values from? This is x1, this is y1, this is x2, this is y2. Now that we've identified those, let's go ahead and plug them in. Again, y2 is right here, it's positive 2, minus y1, it's right here, negative 2. X2 is right here, it's positive 2, minus x1, x1 is right here, it's negative 2. Minus minus becomes plus, so those are both plus. 2 plus 2 is 4. 2 plus 2 is 4. 4 divided by 4 is 1. So the slope of the line that passes through these 2 points is B1. This ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says simplify x minus 1/3 x. So remember, the ASVAB is a computer adaptive test, which means that, especially in the beginning of the test, you will see questions that are as simple as this one. Again, x minus 1/3 x. These are like terms since we have the letter variable x raised to the first power. That said, we have to deal with fractions now. Technically, there's a 1 in front of this x, and we want to rewrite this 1x to have a denominator of 3 so we can subtract this fraction real quick. I can write 1 as 3 over 3x minus 1 over 3x. Again, let's disregard this x very quickly. We have 3 over 3, which is 1, minus 1 over 3. Again, when you subtract fractions, you just keep your denominator the same, and then you do 3 minus 1, which is 2. So this, in other words, is going to be 2 over 3x, which is answer choice C. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, which of the following is between 1 half and 5 over 2? So 1 half is the same as zero point 0.5. We might have to use that in a few minutes to solve this one. What about 5 over 2? Well, the first thing I'm going to do is convert 5 over 2 to a mixed number to make it easier to understand. And to do that, we actually use long division. Notably, we read this as 5 divided by 2. 2 goes into 5. 2 times without going over, 2 times 2 is 4. 5 minus 4 is 1. So our mixed number is going to be 2 is going to be our whole number. This remainder of 1 is going to be our numerator, and this 2 is going to be our denominator. So 5 over 2, in other words, is the same thing as 2.5. So we're trying to find the fraction that is in between 1 half or zero point 0.5 and 5 over 2 are 2.5. Right away, you should know that 2 and 2/3 is the same thing as 2.66. Again, 2.5 is the same thing as 2.5. So this one is too big. What about 4 over 11? Is that between 1 half and 5 over 2? Well, we can quickly convert 4 over 11 to decimal by doing long division. Again, we could read this as 4 divided by 11. 11 does not go into 4, so we have to add a decimal and a 0 placeholder. Bring up our decimal. Again, 11 did not go into 4, so put a 0 here if you'd like. How many times does 11 go into 40? Well, 11 times 3 is going to be 33. 11 times 4 is going to be 44, so this has to be 3 times. So we know that 4 over 11 is 0.3 something. 0.3 something is too small, so this is not between 1 half and 5 over 2. What about 1 and 1 half? Well, 1 and 1 half is the same thing as 1.5. And as you can see, this does fall in between these two numbers. So the correct answer to this one is C. Let's quickly check D in case these weren't in this order. Again, we can convert this to a mixed number via long division. 14 divided by 4. 4 goes into 14 three times without going over, given that 4 times 3 is 12. 14 minus 12 is 2. Again, we have enough to write our mixed number. This is 3. This 2 is going to be our numerator, and this 4 is going to be our denominator. This is 3.5. 3.5 is too big, so it's not between 1/2 and 5 over 2. All right, so that is that one. You have to be comfortable converting fractions to decimals, as I did in this video, as well as converting improper fractions to mixed numbers and vice versa. And this question was an example of all of that. ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says if C equals -20, what is F? Use C equals 5/9 times F minus 32. Let's solve for F, and in order to do that, let's plug in -20 for C. This becomes -20 equals 5/9 times F minus 32. Let's clear this 5/9 by multiplying both sides by its reciprocal, notably by 9/5. This crosses out here and here, leaving you with F minus 32 on this side. Let's place this over 1 so we could cross reduce. 5 goes into 5 one time. 5 goes into -20. That's going to be -4 times. So this is 9/1, which is just 9, times -4/1, which is just -4. 9 times -4 is -36. So this is F minus 32 equals -36. Add 32 to both sides to get F by itself. Finally, this has F equals -36 plus 32, which is -4. So the answer to this one is this math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says in the formula C equals 5/9 times F minus 32. If C equals 25, then F equals. So let's start by copying this one down. We have C equals 5/9 times F minus 32. What's more, we're told C equals 25, and we want to solve for F. So to get started, let's plug in 25 for C. This becomes 25 equals 5/9 times F minus 32. Of course, I'm leaving a big space here because we want to clear this 5/9 in front of this F minus 32. And to do that, this says 5/9 times F minus 32. So we're going to multiply 5/9 by its reciprocal, which is 9/5. And we're going to do that more specifically to both sides of this equation. This crosses out here and here, leaving you with just F minus 32 on this side. Now, what happens over here? We have 9/5 times 25. We could write 25 as a fraction by placing it over 1, and that enables us to quickly cross reduce. We can say more specifically 5 goes into 5 one time, 5 goes into 25 5 times. What is 9 divided by 1? That's 9. What is 5 divided by 1? That's 5. What is 9 times 5? That's 45 equals F minus 32. To get F by itself, all we have to do is add 32 to both sides of the equation now. In doing so, this crosses out, leaving you with F over here. 5 plus 2 is 7. 4 plus 3 is 7. So we could see that when C equals 25, F equals 77. And by the way, this is how you convert between Celsius and Fahrenheit. So again, this one is going to be D. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says simplify the cube root of 9 times 24. So to get started, I'm going to do 24 times 9 very quickly. 4 times 9 is 36, carry a 3. 2 times 9 is 18, plus 3 is 21. So this is the cube root of 216. Now for the ASVAB and PiCAT, I'd encourage you to memorize your cube roots of 1 to 10 because you can see that the cube root of 216 is simply 6. Now, let me explain why that is the case, and let's take a look at something else very quickly. Let's say I asked you to rewrite a squared, the cube root of a squared, using exponents. Well, you could write this as a. You take this 2, you put it in your numerator. You take this 3, you put it in your denominator. Well, why is this important? Cube root means something multiplied by itself equals that number. Well, 6 times 6 times 6. 6 times 6 is 36. 36 times 6 is 216. 6 times 6 times 6 is 6 to the third. So in other words, The cube root of 216 is the same thing as the cube root of 6 to the third. Well, let's rewrite this like we did down here. This is 6. This 3 is going to go in our numerator. This index of 3 is going to go in our denominator. 3 divided by 3 is 1. This is 6 to the first. Anything raised to the first power is just that number. So that's how we arrived at the answer 6. Again, you don't have to know all this part right here for the ASVAB as long as you commit these common cube roots to memory. ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says, what is 13 to the third power? Well, this means multiply 13 by itself 3 times. Of course, I recommend that you know your squares from 1 to 20 because 13 times 13 is the same thing as 13 squared, and you would know automatically that that is 169. So the only math you have left to do is 169 times 13. Let's go ahead and work this out. 9 times 3 is 27, so bring down a 7, carry a 2. 6 times 3 is 18, plus 2 is 20, so bring down a 0, carry a 2. 1 times 3 is 3, plus 2 is 5. We'll start multiplication with this one, so add a 0 placeholder. 1 times 9 is 9, 1 times 6 is 6, 1 times 1 is 1. Let's add this up. 7, 9, 5 plus 6 is 11, carry a 1. 1 plus 1 is 2, so this one is C, 2,197. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, if the diameter of a circle is 25 units, what is its radius? So for the ASVAB and PiCAT, you do have to know some things about circles, including the parts of the circle, as well as how to find the area and circumference of a circle. As far as the parts of a circle are concerned, here's the center point of the circle. The distance from the center point to the edge is called the radius, and the distance across the circle and through the center point is called the diameter. As it happens, the diameter of a circle is always twice as long as its radius. That is, d, diameter, is 2 times its radius. In this case, we were told our diameter is 25, and we want to solve for its radius. So we're going to divide both sides of this equation by 2. 25 divided by 2. Many of you could do that mentally, but if you can't, do 25 divided by 2 off to the side. 2 goes into 2 one time. 2 times 1 is 2. Uh, 2 minus 2 is 0, but we got to drop down this 5. 2 goes into 5 2 times without going over. 2 times 2 is 4. 5 minus 4 is 1. How are we going to proceed? Well, we're going to add a decimal. We're going to bring that decimal into our answer. We're going to add a 0 placeholder and drop that 0 down here. 2 times 5 is exactly 10, so we have no remainder. So we can see that the radius of this circle is going to be B12.5 units if its diameter is 25 units. This ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says, if the diameter of a circle is 15 units, what is its radius? So for this one, you have to know that the diameter of a circle is always equal to twice its radius. In this case, we're told that our diameter is 15 units, so D is 15, so we'll plug that in accordingly. And we want to know what its radius is, so we're going to be solving this equation for R. To do that, we're going to divide both sides by 2. This crosses out, leaving you with R over here. We can see that R is 15 over 2. Most of you could do that mentally and say it's 7.5. That said, on test day, you might be a little bit nervous, so we'll do the long division off to the side. Again, we could read this as 15 divided by 2. 2 goes into 15 7 times without going over. 2 times 7 is 14. 15 minus 14 is 1. Again, there's technically a decimal here in 15 and a 0 after it. Bring that decimal into our answer, drop down that 0. 2 times 5 is exactly 10, and we have no remainder, so we can stop. So that's how we got 7.5. Again, this one is C, 7.5 units. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, simplify 6x over 11 divided by 2 over 5y. So on the actual ASVAB and PiCAT, you will have scratch paper. It's a good idea to practice writing these problems down. A lot of people make mistakes just copying problems down. Now, what are we doing for this problem? We are dividing two fractions. Whenever you divide two fractions, you follow the algorithm keep, change, flip. You keep this first fraction the same, so we're going to write it down as 6x over 11. You change from division to multiplication, and then you flip this second fraction. So instead of being 2 over 5y, it's going to be 5y over 2. Now, when you multiply two fractions, you multiply straight across. That said, it's always a good idea to try to cross reduce as much as possible. 2 goes into 2 one time, 2 goes into 6 3 times. Now that we've cross-reduced, let's go ahead and multiply straight across. 11 times 1 is 11. 3x times 5y, well, 3 times 5 is 15, and then we just have x times y. So this one is going to be 15xy over 11, which is answer choice A, of course. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says which equation's graph has a slope of 2/3 and a y-intercept of 0, -2. So first of all, we're talking about equations of lines. More often than not, they're given in slope-intercept form, which looks like this: y equals mx plus b, where m is your slope and b is your y-intercept. So let's fill this in with the information that we want. We want our equation of a line to have a slope of 2/3, so m's going to be 2/3, and we want its intercept to be 0, -2. In other words, we want b to be -2. In other words, our equation of a line has to look like this: y equals 2/3 x minus 2. So that is what we want to see. And we're going to go through our answer choices and rewrite these until we find one that matches this. Let's start with answer choice D here. Again, for D, we have 3x plus 2y equals -2. Again, we want to write this such that we get y by itself. So the first thing I'm going to do is subtract 3x from both sides. In doing so, this crosses out, leaving you with 2y over here equals -3x minus 2. Again, to get y by itself, we're going to divide everything by 2. This crosses out, leaving you with y equals -3 over 2x minus 2 divided by 2, which is 1. Does this equation of the line match what we want according to the problem? It does not. Their slopes are not the same, and the y-intercept is not the same. Let's go ahead and check answer choice A. Again, that says 2x minus 3y equals 6. Let's get y by itself by first moving 2x to the other side via subtraction. In doing so, that crosses out, leaving you with -3y equals -2x plus 6. To get y by itself, we're going to divide everything by -3. This crosses out, leaving you with y equals a negative divided by a negative is going to become a positive. So this is 2/3 x. Uh, 6 divided by -3 is going to be -2. Again, a positive divided by a negative is a negative. Does this equation of a line match what we were told to find in the question? Y equals 2/3 x minus 2. It does. Therefore, we know A is the correct answer. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says an equation of a line is y equals 3x plus 5. Which of the following points does not lie on the line? So we're given the equation of the line y equals 3x plus 5, and we want to determine which of these points that we're given is not on the line. And to do that, we're going to use a simple XY table. Again, ordered pairs come in the form X, Y. So in other words, all these values are X's. So let's go ahead and put those in our X column. We have 1, 3, 2, and -2. And what we're going to do is we're going to take these x values, we're going to plug them into our equation of our line to get our corresponding y value. If that matches what we have up here, we know that point's on the line. If there's a discrepancy, we know that point's not on the line. So let's get started with x equaling 1. Again, we're going to be plugging that into y equals 3x plus 5. This becomes y equals 3 times 1 plus 5. Y equals 3 times 1 is 3 plus 5. Y equals 8. So the point 1, 8 is in fact on the line. So we know A is on the line. Let's go ahead and check when x equals 3. Again, we're going to be plugging that into the equation y equals 3x plus 5 to get our y value. Again, plug in 3 for x. This becomes y equals 3 times 3 plus 5. Y equals 3 times 3 is 9 plus 5. Y equals 9 plus 5 is 14. So the point 314 is on the line. The point 316 is not on the line. So to answer this question, the answer is B, 316 is not on the line. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, which of the following points lies on the line y equals 1/2 x minus 1? So we're given the equation of the line y equals 1 half x minus 1. And we want to determine which of these points that we're given is in fact on this line. Again, points are given as ordered pairs that come in the form x, y. And the way we're going to check to see if any of these points is on this line is by using an xy table. More specifically, we know that all of these are x values. So this is -4, this is -2, this is 0, and this is 2. And the way we're going to check to see if these points are on the line is we're going to take in x, plug it into our equation of our line, and see what we get for y as our output. And that will tell us if the point is in fact on the line. So let's start with -4. This becomes y equals 1 half of -4 minus 1. Now, I'm not going to do this for every answer choice, but you should be able to do 1 half of -4 mentally. Again, it's a positive times a negative, so we know it's going to be a negative value. What is 1 half times 4? Again, write 4 as a fraction by placing it over 1. And when you multiply fractions, you just multiply straight across. This becomes 1 times 4 are 4, 2 times 1 are 2, 4 divided by 2 is 2. Again, you should be able to do that mentally. So this is -2 minus 1, y equals -2 minus 1 is -3. So the point, -4, -3 is on the line. -4, -8 is not on the line. Let's check -2 now. Again, we're going to take -2. We're going to plug it into our equation of our line here. This becomes y equals 1 half times -2 minus 1. And again, I worked the first one out. I'm going to do this one mentally. Y equals 1 half times -2. Again, a positive times a negative is going to be a negative. Specifically, this is going to be -1 minus 1. So this becomes y equals -1 minus 1 is -2. So this is -2, 2. -2, 2 is a point on the line. -2, 5 is not a point on the line. All right, let's check when x equals 0. This becomes y equals 1 half. X is 0 minus 1. Y equals 1 half times 0. Anything times 0 is 0, so this just becomes -1. So the point 0, -1 is on the line. 0, 2 is not on this line. By process of elimination, we know D is correct. That said, let's go ahead and plug it in very quickly. This says y equals 1 half times 2 minus 1. Y equals 1 half times 2 is simply 1 minus 1. 1 minus 1 is 0. So 2, 0, as you can see, is in fact a point on this line. So that is that one. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, which equation of a line contains the point -3, 2 and is parallel to y equals -2x minus 1? So first of all, this equation of our line is given in slope-intercept form. That is y equals mx plus b, where m is your slope and b is your y-intercept. We can see that the slope is -2. Now, parallel lines have slopes that are the same or equal, whereas perpendicular lines have slopes that are negative reciprocals of each other. So let's go through these answer choices and identify our slopes. In A, we can see our slope is -2. So this is a possible answer choice. In B, our slope is right here. It's 1, so this is not a possible answer choice. In C, our slope is +2, so this isn't a possible answer choice. And ND, our slope is -2, so this is another possible answer choice. Now, to find which of these is the correct answer choice, we're going to use this information about the point -3, 2 being on the line. If this point is on the line, when we plug it into our equation of a line, it should make a true statement. If it makes a true statement, that point's on the line. If it doesn't make a true statement, then that point is not on the line. Again, this is our x value, this is our y value. So I'm going to plug in 2 for y minus 2 times -3 for x minus 4. 2 equals -2 times -3. A negative times a negative is a positive. So this is 6 minus 4. This is 2 equals 6 minus 4 is 2. Since this made a true statement in this equation here, which is answer choice A, we know that the point -3, 2 is on the equation of the line y equals -2x minus 4. And as we saw previously, this has a slope that is parallel to this equation of a line. All right, so that is that one. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says if A and B are both points on a line, what is the distance between point A, 2, 2, and point B, -1, -2? So, in order to determine that distance between those 2 points, we're going to use the distance formula that is D, distance is equal to the square root of x2 minus x1 squared plus y2 minus y1 squared. Now, this is a formula you may want to commit to memory since you're not allowed to use a reference sheet or calculator on the actual ASVAB or PiCAT. But the only other thing we have to do to solve this one is identify x1, y1, x2, y2 respectively. Again, this is going to be x1, this is going to be y1, this will be x2, this will be y2. So let's go ahead and start plugging those things in and simplifying this. X2 is -1 minus x1, that's going to be 2 squared, plus y2 is -2 minus y1, that is 2, and that is squared, of course. Let's keep working this one out. -1 minus 2 is going to be -3 squared, plus -2 minus 2 is going to be -4 squared. Let's keep working this one out, of course. -3 squared is the same thing as -3 times -3, which is going to be +9. -4 squared is the same thing as -4 times -4. Negative times a negative is a positive, so that's +16. This becomes 9 plus 16, which is 25. The square root of 25 is 5. So in other words, there are 5 units between these 2 points on a line. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is the distance between the points 2, 4 and -1, 8? So to determine that, we're going to use the distance formula. That is distance D is equal to the square root of x2 minus x1 squared plus y2 minus y1 squared. And let me mention this right off the bat. You do not get a reference sheet or a calculator for the ASVAB or PiCAT, so you do have to commit some of these formulas to memory, including how to calculate the distance between 2 points. Now that we have the formula down, all we have to do is identify x1, y1, x2, y2 respectively. This is going to be x1, this is going to be y1, this is going to be x2, this will be y2. So let's go ahead and plug those values in. Again, x2 is right here. It's -1 minus x1 is 2. This is going to be squared plus y2 is 8 minus y1 is 4. And of course, this is squared. Let's keep working this out. Um, -1 minus 2 is going to be -3. So this is -3 squared plus 8 minus 4 is going to be 4 squared. And let's keep working this out. -3 squared is the same thing as -3 times -3. A negative times a negative is a positive. Specifically, -3 times -3 is going to be +9. 4 squared is the same thing as 4 times 4, which is 16. 9 plus 16 is 25, and the square root of 25 is 5. So there are 5 units between the 2 points, 2, 4, and -1, 8. This math knowledge practice test question says, what is 6 factorial? So factorial means you take the number that you're given. So 3 factorial, for example, means you take the number 3. You multiply it by every number that's less than 3 until you get to 1. So that would be 3 times 2 times 1. 3 times 2 is 6. 6 times 1 is 6. So 3 factorial is 6. Let's do the same thing with 6 factorial. That's 6 times 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1. 6 times 5 is 30. 30 times 4, well, 3 times 4 would be 1. 3 times 4 would be 12. Therefore, 30 times 4 is 120. 120 times 3, well, 12 times 3 would be 36. Therefore, 120 times 3 is going to be 360. 36 times 2 would be 72. Therefore, 360 times 2 is going to be 720. 720 times 1 is 720. So this one is B, 720. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says the factors of 4x squared plus xy minus 5y squared are. So we're being asked to factor 4x squared plus xy minus 5y squared. And in order to factor this one, we're going to use what's called the AC method. Again, this is a quadratic expression, so we know 4 is A. This one that's not expressed in front of xy is going to be B, and this negative 5 is C. The AC method says take A, multiply it by C. 4 times negative 5 is going to be negative 20. Identify B. B is positive 1. We're looking for two numbers that multiply to negative 20 but add to positive 1. That's going to be positive 5, negative 4. Again, 5 times negative 4 is negative 20. 5 plus negative 4 is positive 1. What's more, it says take these two numbers and rewrite the middle term using both of those numbers such that you can then factor by grouping. So let's go ahead and do that. This becomes 4x squared. And I'm going to put the negative 4 first because I have a 4x squared here minus 4xy plus 5xy minus 5y squared. Now, when we factor by grouping, we focus on these two at a time. So I'm going to look at 4x squared minus 4xy. Then after that, I'm going to try to factor something out of 5xy minus 5y squared. So what can I factor from 4x squared minus 4xy? Well, of course, I can factor out a 4x. This leaves me with x minus y in parentheses. And what can I factor out from 5xy minus 5y squared? I can factor out a 5y. This leaves me with x minus y in parentheses. And here's our solution. It's going to be 4x plus 5y. I just combine those two things that I underlined times x minus y. I just brought down one of these x minus y's that repeated itself. And that is factored. Now I could rewrite it like this as well, x minus y times 4x plus 5y like so. And let's see which of these matches our answer choices. X minus y, these are x plus y. And then we have 4x plus 5y. So clearly this matches answer choice C. For this ASVAB PiCAT math knowledge practice test question, we're going to factor 2x squared plus xy minus 3y squared using what's called the AC method. A is 2, C is negative 3, A times C is negative 6, and B is 1. We're going to replace this B term with two numbers that multiply to negative 6 and add to positive 1. That's going to be 3 and negative 2. So this becomes 2x squared minus 2xy plus 3xy minus 3y squared. Now we can factor this by grouping. From these first two terms, we can factor out a 2x. That leaves us with x minus y in parentheses. From these next two terms, we can factor out a positive 3y. That leaves us with x minus y in parentheses. So our solution is going to be 2x plus 3y times x minus y, which is answer choice B. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says factor x squared minus 11x plus 24. Since this has a leading coefficient of 1, if we can factor it, it's going to look like this, x times x in parentheses. Of course, our goal here is to find two numbers that multiply to positive 24, but add to negative 11. Now, many of you could do this mentally, and you should get to the point where you could do this mentally for the ASVAB and PiCAT. That said, if you can't do it mentally, just list out the factors of 24. For example, 12 and 2, negative 12 and negative 2, 8 and 3, and negative 8, negative 3, 6 and 4, and so on and so forth. Again, we're looking for two numbers that multiply to 24 but add to negative 11. 12 times 2 is 24. 12 plus 2 is 14, not negative 11. So these won't work. Negative 12 times negative 2 is positive 24. Negative 12 plus negative 2 is negative 14, not negative 11. So these won't work. 8 times 3 is 24. 8 plus 3 is 11. We want negative 11, not positive 11. So these won't work. Negative 8 times negative 3 is 24. Again, a negative times a negative is a positive. Negative 8 plus negative 3 is negative 11. So negative 8 and negative 3 multiply to 24 and add to negative 11. So those are the two numbers we're going to put in parentheses here. That'll be minus 8 minus 3. So just like that, we factored this one. And you can see the answer choice is C. As I said, you really should not have to list out the factors like this to solve this. You should be able to do this mentally before you get ready to take the ASVAB and PiCAT. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says simplify e to the ax times e to the negative ax minus e to the 2ax. So I'm going to start by copying this one down. Again, on the actual ASVAB and PiCAT, you will have scratch paper and you will be able to copy things down that you need to work out. And in this case, I do want to copy this one down as is. Next, I want to point out that we have multiplication here and subtraction here. According to the order of operations, PEMDAS, please excuse my dear Aunt Sally, we're always going to do multiplication before subtraction. So in other words, we're multiplying e to the ax times e to the negative ax. In order to perform that multiplication, you also have to know one of the laws of exponents, notably the product rule. The product rule says if you have a to the m times a to the n, that's equal to a to the m plus n. That is to say, you add their exponents. And in this case right here, we have e to the ax times e to the negative ax. According to the product rule, this is going to become e to the ax plus negative ax. This is the same thing as ax minus ax, which is 0. So this is e to the 0. You also have to know that anything raised to the 0 power is always going to be 1. So for example, 5 to the 0 power would be 1. 100 to the 0 power is going to be 1. And likewise, e to the 0 power is 1. So we can replace e to the ax times e to the negative ax with simply 1 minus e to the 2ax. We can't simplify this expression any further, so that is our answer. We can see it's C, 1 minus e to the 2ax. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says simplify the expression log base 2 of 8 plus log base 7 of 49. So again, since you're not permitted to use a calculator or a reference sheet on the actual ASVAB or PiCAT, you want to get in the habit of copying things down accurately, like so. Now, in this case, we're going to use one of the laws of logarithms to simplify this expression very quickly and easily. Specifically, we're going to use the inverse logarithmic property, which says if you have log base a of a to the k power, that is simply equal to k. And let's see how we can rewrite one of these very quickly. Let's start with this one here. We have log base 2 of 8. Well, how can I rewrite 8? 8 is the same thing as 2 to the third power. So let me go ahead and replace this as log of 2 of 2 to the third power. And why is 2 to the third power equal to 8? Well, that's the same thing as 2 times 2 times 2. 2 times 2 is 4. 4 times 2, of course, is 8. Now, what does this inverse logarithmic property say? Log base 2 of 2 to the third power is simply going to be 3. So this log base 2 of 8 is the same thing as log base 2 of 2 to the third power, which is the same thing as simply 3. All right, let's go ahead and simplify this second part. And I'm not going to do it up here now that I gave you an example of how to do it. I'm going to rewrite 49. And in this case, it's going to be log of 7. What is 49 the same thing as? Well, 49 is the same thing as 7 squared. So this is log of 7, log base 7 of 7 to the second power. And according to the inverse logarithmic property, we know that this is simply going to be 2. 3 plus 2 is 5. So this one is C5. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says this. Simplify 2 times a minus b in parentheses plus 4 times a plus 3b in parentheses. So on the actual ASVAB and PiCAT, you will have scratch paper. So let's start by copying this one down. We have 2 times a minus b plus 4 times a plus 3b. Of course, the next step here is to distribute this to here and here, and to take this 4 and distribute it here and here. 2 times A is 2A. 2 times negative B is negative 2B. 4 times A is plus 4A. 4 times 3B, 4 times 3 is 12. Therefore, 4 times 3B is 12B. Now that we've distributed that, we're going to go ahead and combine like terms in this expression. Again, like terms have the same letter variables raised to the same power. So we have a to the first power. Its corresponding like terms here, 4a to the first power. 2a plus 4a is simply 6a. Now that we've combined them, I like to cross them out. Then we have negative 2b. Its corresponding like term is 12b. 12b minus 2b is plus 10b. So this one is going to be a 6a plus 10b. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says 3 minus 1 times 7 minus 12 divided by 2 equals. So we're evaluating this expression here. It's all jumbled up with parentheses, multiplication, and division. So that's a clue that as you work on this one, you need to follow the order of operations, which I remember using the acronym PEMDAS, that is parentheses, exponents, multiplication, division, addition, and subtraction. This tells you the order in which to work this out. You do parentheses first, exponents next, if there are any. You do multiplication and division as they appear in the expression from left to right. That is to say, they're treated as equals. And then you do addition and subtraction likewise after that, as they appear in the expression from left to right. That is to say, addition and subtraction are treated as equals. So let me copy this down and we'll go through it. We have 3 minus 1 times 7 minus 12 divided by 2. All right, so right away, we have our highest order, that is parentheses. So we're going to work that out. First, 3 minus 1 is 2. So this is 2 times 7 minus 12 divided by 2. Do we have any exponents in this expression? We do not, so we move on. What do we have left? We have multiplication, subtraction, and division. Again, we do multiplication and division before addition and subtraction, but as I said, we do multiplication and division as they appear from left to right. So we're going to do this multiplication. 2 times 7 is 14. 14 minus 12 divided by 2. What do we have left? We have subtraction and division. Again, we do division before subtraction. So let's do that. This is 14 minus 12 divided by 2 is 6. 14 minus 6, again, we only have one operation left, is 8. So this one is 8. Again, if your instructor or whoever you're studying with does not tell you that multiplication and division have equal precedence and are worked out from left to right, likewise, addition and subtraction have equal precedence and they're worked out from left to right, they are misleading you. They're probably not an expert instructor. This arithmetic reasoning practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says if the perimeter of a square garden is 24 feet, what is the area of the garden? So in this case, we know we're dealing with a square garden, and you should know some properties of squares, notably that in squares, all the sides are equal. So if this side's S, all these other sides are S, where S represents the side length of the square. Additionally, you should know that to find the perimeter of any regular polygon, including a square, you simply add up all of its sides. Squares have 4 sides, so its perimeter is 4 times one of its side lengths, S. In this case, we know the perimeter of the garden is 24 feet, so in place of P here, we'll put 24. And we'll go ahead and solve this equation for S, the side length of the square. So we're going to divide both sides by 4 now. This crosses out, leaving you with S on this side. 24 divided by 4 is 6. In other words, the side lengths of this square are 6 feet. Now, you do have to memorize how to find the perimeter and area of squares for the ASVAB and PiCAT. So let's answer the second part of this question. What is the area of the square? Area of a square is its side length squared. We solved that right here. So we're going to plug in 6 for S. This becomes 6 squared. 6 squared is the same thing as 6 times 6 are 36. So the area of this square garden that has a perimeter of 24 feet is C, 36 square feet. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says the perimeter of a square and a rectangle is the same. If a length of the rectangle is 20 centimeters and the width is 12 centimeters, find the area of the square. So in this case, we have to know how to find the perimeter of a rectangle. That's going to be 2 times its length plus 2 times its width. We have to know how to find the perimeter of a square. That's 4 times its side length s. And we have to know how to find the area of a square. That's its side length squared. So we're going to go from finding the perimeter of the rectangle to finding the perimeter of a square, more specifically its side length s, to finding the area of the square. So let's go ahead and get started. Again, we're told that the rectangle has a length of 20 and a width of 12. So its perimeter is going to be 20 times 2, which is 40, plus 12 times 2, which is 24. 40 plus 24 is going to be 64. Again, according to the problem, the perimeter of the rectangle and square is the same. So if the perimeter of this rectangle is 64, the perimeter of this square is also going to be 64. And now we can solve for s by dividing both sides by 4, of course. 64 divided by 4. If you can't do that mentally, do it off to the side. 64 divided by 4. 4 goes into 6 one time without going over. 4 times 1 is 4. 6 minus 4 is 2. Drop down this 4. 4 times 6 is exactly 24 with no remainder. So the side length of our square is 16. Now we can find the area of the square. This becomes 16 squared. 16 squared is the same thing as 16 times 16. If you can't do that mentally, I'll work it off to the side, of course. 6 times 6 is going to be 36, so bring down a 6, carry a 3. 1 times 6 is 6 plus 3 is going to be 9. Add a 0 placeholder before we get started with this second row of multiplication. 1 times 6 is 6. 1 times 1 is 1. Let's add this all up. This is 6 plus 0 or 6. 9 plus 6 is going to be 15. Carry a 1. 1 plus 1 is 2. So the area of our square is clearly D, 256 centimeters squared. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says Anderson has a small rectangular garden that has a perimeter of 36 feet. The width of the garden is exactly half of its length. What is the area of Anderson's garden? So we're given the perimeter of this garden. We know it's 36 feet, and we want to find its area. To find the area of a rectangle, you do length times width, but we have to figure out what the length and width of our garden is given its perimeter, and it might be helpful to make a quick diagram in this case. Again, we're dealing with a rectangle. This width is equal to this width, and this length is equal to this length. Again, if it's helpful, label it. This is length, this is width, this is length, again, this is width. According to the problem, the width of the garden is exactly half of its length. So again, we're going to leave length as is, but we're told that its width is half of its length. So let me go ahead and write that in accordingly. How do you find the perimeter of a rectangle? You simply add up all of its sides. So this perimeter is going to be L, this side plus half of L, plus this side, which is L, plus this side, which is half of L. All right, what is the perimeter of this rectangular garden? We know it's 36. So this is 36 equals L, and L is 2L. Half an L and half an L is just L. So in total, we have 3L. Now we're going to solve for L to get L by itself. Divide both sides by 3. Now this crosses out, says L is 36 over 3. 3 divided by 3 is 1. 6 divided by 3 is 2. So the length of our rectangle, as we now know, is 12. Its width is half of L. What is half of 12? Half of 12 is 6. So its width is 6. Now we can easily find its area, given that we know its length and width. It's going to be 12 times 6, which is 72. So the area of Anderson's rectangular garden is B, 72 square feet. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, if a square has an area of 64 square units, what is its perimeter? So we're talking about the area as well as the perimeter of a square. You have to know both of these formulas for this test. The area of a square is its side length squared, that is s squared. The perimeter of a square is 4 times one of its side lengths, s. Well, in this case, we were told the area of our square, A, is 64 square units. So we could go ahead and plug in 64 for A, and we can actually solve this for s, which we can then plug in down here for s and get our answer. Again, to get rid of this square on s, we're going to do the opposite operation. We're going to take the square root of both sides. This crosses out, leaving us with s over here. Square root of 64 is 8. Now that we know s is 8, we can plug it into the perimeter formula. 4 times 8 is 32. So its perimeter is B, 32 units. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, how many distinct prime factors are there in 120? Again, what are prime factors? Prime factors are only divisible by 1 in itself. 1 is never prime, so don't include 1. 2's prime, 3's prime, 5's prime, and 7's prime. So these are possible prime factors. So we're going to take 120 and we're going to break it down using 2, 3, 5, and probably not 7 until we have it factorized. So let's start. Let's do 2 and 60. 60 is 3 and 20. 20 is 5 and 4 is 2 and 2. So what are our prime factors? They're 2, 3, 5, 2, and 2. So let's write that out. We have 2, 2, 2, 3, and 5. If we multiply all these prime factors together, we'll get 120. How many distinct prime factors are there? Well, we have 2. That's one distinct prime factor. 3, that's another distinct prime factor. And 5, that's another distinct prime factor. So we have 3 distinct prime factors. So this one is B. Solve this math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT. It says, which of the following is not a prime number? So if you start it by thinking about which of these numbers is divisible by 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on, you're on the right track. That said, this is a little bit of a trick question. As a matter of fact, on my website, asvabapp.com, I have a reference sheet. And in that reference sheet, it includes all of the prime numbers listed between 1 and 100. And as you can see right here, 1 is not in blue. Therefore, 1 is not a prime number. 19's in blue, it's a prime number. 61's in blue, it's a prime number. And 89 is in blue, it's a prime number. Again, on the ASVAB and PiCAT, it's helpful to memorize some things. And I would strongly encourage you to memorize the prime numbers from 1 to 100 because a question like this will take you less than 5 seconds to solve. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says which number is prime. So here are the prime numbers from 1 to 100. As you can see, 1 is never considered prime. And we can see that 2 is prime. Well, how do we know that 2 is prime? A number is considered prime if it's only divisible by 1 in itself. So 2 only has 2 factors, notably 2 and 1, that is 1 in itself. But that said, how do we quickly know that 57 and 87 are divisible by something other than 1 in itself? Well, you have to know your divisibility rules. The divisibility rule for 2 says if the last digit in the number is even, then that number is divisible by 2 and can't be prime. Both of these end in 7, which is odd, so we can't use this divisibility rule. The divisibility rule for 5 says if the last digit ends in 0 or 5, then that number is divisible by 5 and can't be prime. These are both 7. And the divisibility rule for 3 says sum the digits. If the sum of the digits is divisible by 3, then the number itself is divisible by 3. So for example, here we have 5 and 7. Our digits are 5 and 7. When we add those up, we get 12. Is 12 divisible by 3? It is. 12 divided by 3 is 4. Since the sum of the digits in 57 is divisible by 3. I know 57 is divisible by 3. What about 87? Again, sum the digits. Our digits are 8 and 7. 8 and 7 is 15. Is 15 divisible by 3? It is. 15 divided by 3 is 5. Since the sum of the digits is divisible by 3, I know 87 is also divisible by 3 and therefore cannot be prime. All right, so that is that one. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is the reciprocal of 15 and 1/3? So the first thing we have to do is convert 15 and 1/3 to an improper fraction. And the way we do that is by doing 15 times 3, which is 45, plus 1, which is 46. So the improper fraction is 46 over 3. To find the reciprocal of 46 over 3, we just exchange our numerator and denominator. So that's going to be 3 over 46. We can't reduce this since 3 and 46 don't have a common factor. So this one is B, 3 over 46. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is the slope of the equation of the line 2x minus 3y equals 6. So more often than not, we deal with equations of lines and slope intercept form, that is y equals mx plus b, and m is our slope. So in this case, what we have to do to quickly identify our slope is to rewrite this equation of the line to mere slope intercept form. So the first thing I'm going to do is subtract 2x from both sides. This crosses out, leaving me with negative 3y equals negative 2x plus 6. And then again, we want to get y by itself, so we're going to divide everything by negative 3 next. This crosses out here, leaving you with y over here. A negative divided by a negative is going to be a positive, so this is 2/3 x. Positive divided by a negative is going to be a negative. Positive 6 divided by negative 3 is negative 2. So this is the equivalent equation of this line here, and we can see our slope is right here. This is our m, and it is positive 2/3. So this one is going to be B. ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says, if the square root of x plus the square root of 144 equals the square root of 256, then x equals. So we're going to be solving this equation for x. You should know that the square root of 144 is 12. Likewise, you should also know that the square root of 256 is 16. Again, let's subtract 12 from both sides of this equation to get the square root of x by itself. 16 minus 12 is 4. To get rid of this square root, we're going to do the opposite operation. That is, we're going to square both sides of this equation. The square root and square cancel each other out, leaving us with x over here. 4 squared is the same thing as 4 times 4, or 16. So this one is D16. If you want to check your work, plug in 16 for x. This says 4 plus 12 equals 16. 16 does, in fact, equal 16. That is a true statement. So we know we did this one correctly. This ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says, if x over 6 plus 9 equals negative 11, then x equals. So for this one, we're going to be solving the equation for x, which means we're going to get x equal to something by itself. Let's start by subtracting 9 from each side. This crosses out, leaving us with x over 6 equals negative 11 minus 9 is going to be negative 20. To clear this 6 from the denominator of x, we're going to multiply both sides by 6. In doing so, this crosses out, leaving you with x equals negative 20 times 6. A negative times a positive is going to be a negative. This is going to be negative 120, which is answer choice D, of course. ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says, if 5 times x plus 10 equals 75, then x equals. So we're going to be solving this equation for x. I'm going to start by dividing both sides of the equation by 5. In doing so, this crosses out, leaving me with x plus 10 over here. 75 divided by 5 is going to be 15. To get x by itself, we're now going to subtract 10 from both sides. This says x equals 15 minus 10, which is 5. If you want to check your work, go ahead and plug in 5 for x. Again, this is 5 times 5 plus 10 is 15. Does this equal 75? Again, 5 times 15 is 75. Since 75 does equal 75, and that is a true statement, we know B is the correct answer. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, which of the following pairs of numbers represents a perfect square and its square root? So for the ASVAB and PiCAT, you have to know your perfect squares and square roots. I would say at least from 1 to 20. In this column of this chart right here, we have our perfect squares. And in this column right here, we have our square roots. Let's start with 16. You can see that 16 is a perfect square because 4 squared is 16. That said, the square root of 16 is simply 4, not the square root of 8. So that's not correct. And you can see that right here. Let's move on to 25. You can see 25's right here. You should know that 5 squared is 25. That said, the square root of 25 is just 5, not the square root of 5. And again, you can see that the square root of 25 is 5 right there. Let's move on to 27. 27 is not a perfect square. 3 to the third is 27, but that's a cube, not a square. This 3 is a cube. So that's not correct. That means by process of elimination, we know D is correct. You can see that 169 is a perfect square. 13 squared is 169. The square root of 169 is 13. And you can see that right there. All right, so this one is D. I would commit this chart to memory. That said, you should know most of these already from 1 to 10. It'll probably take you a little bit to learn the ones from 10 to 20, but they're worth knowing for this test, especially if you want to get a high score. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is the square root of 0.25? So in other words, we want to know what the square root of 0.25 is equal to. Now, in case you forgot it, here's the definition of what a square root is. It says a number which when multiplied by itself equals another number. So in other words, the square root of 9 is 3 because 3 times 3 equals 9. To find the square root of 0.25, in other words, we're going to be looking for two numbers that when we multiply them together equals 0.25. And in this case, we're going to be working with decimals, which is the challenging part of the problem. So let's start with A. A is going to be zero point 0.5 times zero point 0.5. Again, we're working with decimals here, so we're going to take the decimal in 0.5 here, shift it one time to the right. We're going to take the decimal in 0.5 here, shift it one time to the right. So in total, we moved our decimal place 2 times, such that this becomes 5 times 5, albeit with 2 decimals to move back into the left when we're done. 5 times 5 is 25. Take our 2 decimals and move them back in, 1, 2. So zero point 0.5 times zero point 0.5 is 0.25. So as it happens, zero point 0.5 times zero point 0.5 equals 0.25. Therefore, the square root of 0.25 is in fact zero point 0.5. All right, so this one is going to be A. ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says simplify the square root of 16 over 64. So we can actually write this one like this, the square root of 16 over the square root of 64. The square root of 16 is 4. The square root of 64 is 8. Again, we can reduce this fraction by a common factor of 4. 4 divided by 4 is 1. 8 divided by 4 is 2. So this one simplifies to 1/2 C. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is the value of y in the following system of equations? We have 2y minus 3x equals 1 and x minus 4y equals negative 17. So when you solve system of equations, you have two options. You can use the substitution method or you can use the elimination method. In this case, I'm going to use the elimination method. But before I do anything else, I'm going to rewrite this first equation such that it starts with negative 3. So I'm just going to move that over there. This becomes negative 3x plus 2y equals 1. And our second equation is x minus 4y equals negative 17. Now the elimination method says this: multiply either one or both of your equations by a constant such that when you add those two equations together, one of the letter variables is eliminated. In this case, we want to know the value of y. So we want to eliminate the x letter variable. So I'm going to multiply this second equation by a constant of 3. 3 times x is 3x. Negative 3x plus 3x gets eliminated. And you have to come up with this on your own. That's the hardest part of this question. So let's copy down this first equation. And let's go ahead and take this 3 and distribute it here, here, and finally here. 3 times x is 3x. 3 times negative 4y is negative 12y. And 3 times negative 17 is going to be negative 51. If you couldn't do that mentally, you could always do it off to the side. We have negative 17 times 3. Again, a negative times a positive is going to be a negative. 7 times 3 is 21, carry a 2. 1 times 3 is 3 plus 2 is 5. All right, so now we're at the part where we're going to eliminate a letter variable. Negative 3x plus 3x is 0, so this is eliminated. 2y plus negative 12y is negative 10y. And then we have 1 plus negative 51, which is negative 50. Again, we're solving for a y, so we're going to divide both sides of this equation by negative 10 now to get y by itself. This crosses out. Negative divided by negative is a positive. 50 divided by 10 is 5. So we can see y in this case is simply going to be D5. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says the slope of the line shown is. So what is slope? Algebraically, we say slope is represented with the letter variable m. It's rise over run. That is how far you have to move vertically and horizontally to get from point to point on the line. And algebraically, that's y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. You absolutely have to know this formula for the ASVAB. And in fact, if you got the values of these ordered pairs, you can plug them into this formula and calculate slope. Of course, that can be a little bit tedious. So in this video, I want to use the fact that slope is rise over run to quickly solve this one. Again, since the graph decreases as we move from left to right, we know our slope's going to be negative. All the answer choices are negative, so that really doesn't help us. But again, rise over run refers to the vertical movement it takes to get from point to point, as well as the horizontal movement it takes to get from point to point. So let's start with rise. Again, that's a vertical movement. So how far are we going to have to move vertically to get parallel with this point? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We had to move 6 spaces downward, which is negative 6. And then we moved 1, 2 spaces to the right, that's positive 2 spaces, to finally get from this point to this point on the graph. Negative 6 over 2 is going to be negative 3. So we can say our slope is C negative 3. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says the coordinates of points A and B are 1, 4 and negative 1, 4 respectively. What is the slope of the line that connects the 2 points? So for the ASVAB and PiCAT, you're not given a reference sheet or a calculator, so you have to know these formulas by heart. The formula to calculate slope is pretty simple. It's m refers to slope, equals y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. Now, if you haven't done this in a while, you might be saying to yourself, where do I get x1, y1, x2, y2 from? And you get those values from your ordered pairs. And so it's very clear. I'm going to label these like so. This is going to be x1, this will be y1, this will be x2, this will be y2. All right, so with that in mind, all we have to do is plug those values into the slope formula and calculate it accordingly. Y2 is negative 4, so this becomes negative 4 minus y1, which is 4, over x2. X2 is negative 1 minus x1, which is 1. Negative 4 minus 4 is negative 8. Negative 1 minus 1 is negative 2. Again, right here we have a negative divided by a negative. A negative divided by a negative is going to become a positive. So in other words, this is 8 divided by 2 are 4. In other words, the slope of the line that connects the points 1, 4 and negative 1, negative 4 is D4. This ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says, what is the slope of a line that runs through the points negative 2, 5, and 1, 7? So for the ASVAB and PiCAT, you have to know a lot of basic formulas from middle school and high school, including how to calculate slope. Slope is found using the formula m. M refers to slope equals y2 minus y1 all over x2 minus x1. And you might be saying to yourself, well, where do I get x1, y1, x2, y2 from? Again, all ordered pairs come in the form xy. So I can say negative 2 is going to be x1, 5 is going to be y1, this 1 is going to be x2, and this 7 is going to be y2. Now that we know those values, we can go ahead and plug them in. Y2 is right here, it's 7, minus Y1, it's 5, over X2. X2 is right here, it's 1, minus X1, which is negative 2. 7 minus 5 is pretty easy to do, that's 2. 1 minus negative 2. Minus a negative becomes a plus. 1 plus 2 is 3. So the slope is d 2/3. Now, if you want additional practice with calculating slope, check out the playlist on my channel. I'll put a link to it in the description of the video. But I have playlists for every topic that shows up on the ASVAB. So, for example, I have a playlist on slope. The first video gives you a review of how to calculate slope, followed by about 15 practice test questions. So check that out. Again, it shouldn't cost you more than $30 to prepare for this test, if that, and it should take you less than a month to get ready for it too. So again, stick with free resources and you'll be fine on this test. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says if the diameter of a circle is 57.3 centimeters, what is its diameter in meters? So we have a circle with a diameter of 57.3 centimeters, and we want to convert that to be in terms of meters. Well, this is a part of the metric system, and the good thing about the metric system, as you can see, is you either divide by 10, 100, or 1,000, or multiply by 1,000, 100, or 10 accordingly. In this case, we're going from centimeters to meters, so you can see we're going to take the number that we're given and we're going to divide it by 100. Well, why is this math so easy? Whenever you take a number that has a decimal and you multiply or divide it by a power of 10, such as 10, 100, or 1,000, you just take that decimal and you either shift it left or right according to how many zeros there are in that power of 10. In 100, there are 2 zeros, and we're doing division. So I'm going to take this decimal and 57.3. I'm going to move it to the left 2 times to make this 0.573. Of course, that's meters now that we've converted this. So this one is B. Again, you should know these common conversions for the metric unit. All you're really doing is taking your decimal place and moving it left or right either once, twice, or 3 times accordingly. This math knowledge practice test question says, how many minutes are there in 1 week? So for this one, you have to know that there are 7 days in 1 week, and there are 24 hours in 1 day. So if there are 7 days in a week and 24 hours in a day, there are 24 times 7 hours in a week. 4 times 7 is 28. Bring down an 8, carry a 2. 7 times 2 is 14, plus 2 is 16. So there are 168 hours in a week. What else do you need to know to convert this to minutes? You have to know that there are 60 minutes in every hour. So if there are 168 hours in a week, there are 168 times 60 minutes in a week. 0 times these three is going to give you 3 zeros. Before we start multiplication with the 6, we have to add a 0 placeholder. 6 times 8 is going to be 48, carry a 4. 6 times 6 is 36, plus 4 is 40, carry a 4. 6 times 1 is 6, plus 4 is 10. Add this together. This is going to be 10,080 minutes in a 7-day week, since there are 24 hours in a day, 168 hours in a week, and 60 minutes in an hour. So this one is A. ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says, what is the equation of a line that passes through 5, 0, and 0, negative 5? So the first thing we have to calculate is slope, that is m, and we calculate that using this formula, y2 minus y1 all over x2 minus x1. Where do we get these values from? This is x1, this is y1, this is x2, this is y2. So let's go ahead and plug them in. We can see y2 is negative 5, minus y1 is 0, all over x2 is 0, minus x1, that's 5. This becomes negative 5 minus 0, which is negative 5. 0 minus 5 is negative 5. A negative divided by a negative is a positive. 5 divided by 5 is 1. So we know m, our slope, is positive 1. If we look through our answer choices, this has a slope of -1, therefore it's not correct. This has a slope of -1, therefore it's not correct. Now to finish writing our equation of our line, we're going to use the point slope equation, which says y minus y1 is equal to m times x minus x1. Thankfully enough, we have all these values. This becomes y minus, what is y1? It's right here, it's 0. What is m? We calculated it, it's 1 times x minus x1 is right here, it's 5. All right, let's simplify this. Y minus 0 is just y. Now we got to take this 1 and distribute it here and here. 1 times x is just x. 1 times -5 is -5. So this one is going to be d, y equals x minus 5. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says which equation's graph has a slope of 2/3 and a y-intercept of 0, -2. So more often than not, we express equations of lines in slope-intercept form, and that's the form y equals mx plus b. Of course, you should know that m is your slope and b is your y-intercept. So using this slope and this y-intercept, let's go ahead and construct our equation of our line. Again, it's going to be y equals, what is our slope? It's 2/3. So this becomes 2/3 x. What is our y-intercept? It's right here. It's -2. So in other words, we're going to look at all these answer choices until we find one that matches this equation of the line that we were given. And in order to do that, we're simply going to rewrite these such that we get y equal to something by itself. So let's start with answer choice A. We have 2x minus 3y equals 6. Again, we want to get y equal to something by itself. So the first thing I'm going to do is subtract 2x from both sides. In doing so, this crosses out, leaving me with -3y equals -2x plus 6. Now to get y by itself, we're going to divide everything by -3, of course. In doing so, this crosses out, leaving us with y equals uh, a negative divided by a negative is going to be a positive. So this is 2/3 x. And 6 divided by -3, a positive divided by a negative is going to be a -2. And as you can see, A does match the equation that we were asked to find. So the answer to this one is going to be A. If it wasn't A, we would have to go through B, C, and D, rewrite them in order to find one that matched this equation that we were given. So this one is A. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says which equation of a line contains the point -3, 2 and is parallel to y equals -2x minus 1. So we're given the equation y equals -2x minus 1, and we want to identify which of these lines is parallel to it. Well, parallel lines have the same slopes. So in this case, we got to quickly determine the slope of the line that we're given. It's given in slope-intercept form, that is y equals mx plus b. To quickly identify its slope, we're just going to identify m. M in this case is -2, and m is the slope of this line. So of all of our answer choices, only the ones where m is -2 will be correct. So m in this case is 1/2. It's not correct. M in this case is -2. So this is a possibility. M in this case is +2, so it's not correct. M in this case is -2. So this one's also a possibility. Now, we've identified the answer choices that have the same slope of the line that we're given. Now we're going to use the point that we were given, notably -3, 2, and see which of these make a true mathematical statement. Because if they make a true mathematical statement, then that point is in fact on the line. Again, this is our x value, this is our y value. We're going to go ahead and plug those into answer choice B. Again, B says y equals -2x minus 8. Again, we know y is 2, and we know x is -3, so let's plug those in accordingly. This becomes 2 equals -2 times -3 minus 8. 2 equals -2 times -3 is going to be a +6. Again, a negative times a negative is a positive, minus 8. This says 2 equals 6 minus 8 is -2. Does 2 equal -2? It doesn't. Therefore, I know the point -3, 2 is not on this line. By process of elimination, we know D is correct. That said, I'm going to work it out very quickly just to show you that it is in fact correct. We have y equals -2x minus 4. Again, y is 2, x is -3, so let's plug those values in and solve accordingly. This becomes 2 equals -2 times -3 minus 4. 2 equals -2 times -3. Again, a negative times a negative is going to be a positive. 2 equals 6 minus 4. 6 minus 4 is 2. 2 equals 2. This is a true statement. Therefore, I'm confident the point -3, 2 is on the line y equals -2x minus 4. So D is in fact correct. ASVAB PiCAT Math Knowledge Practice Test question says graphs of the following equations represent straight lines excluding. So here's all the equations of lines. Let's take these one by one. 3x plus 2y equals 8. We can see that that is an equation of a line in standard form. Y equals x over 4 minus 5. That's an equation of a line in slope-intercept form. X equals 2. That is a equation of a line that's a vertical line, so that is a line as well. Then finally, y equals 2x squared minus 2. As it happens, this is a parabola. So to quickly identify an equation that is not a line, you want to look at that x variable. And if that x variable is raised to some power other than 1, you know you don't have an equation of a line. So this one is D. Again, if this was a 3, your graph would look like this. If this was 1/2, your graph would look different. It would not be an equation of this math knowledge practice test question says if a plus b equals 6, what is the value of 3a plus 3b? Again, we're told according to the problem that a plus b equals 6, and we want to know the value of 3a plus 3b. Well, how can I get 3a plus 3b to look like a plus b? Well, I can factor out a 3, and in doing so, this leaves me with a plus b in parentheses. I know that a plus b equals 6, so for a plus b, I can put 6 here. 3 times 6 is 18, so this one is C, 18. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says if a equals -3 and b equals -5, then a times b over 15 plus a times 6 plus 7b in parentheses equals. So we're going to be evaluating this expression when a equals -3 and b equals -5. Again, you're not permitted to use a calculator or a reference sheet on the actual ASVAB or PiCAT. So as you practice, you want to get in the habit of copying things down accurately on your own scratch paper, including for this practice test question. All right, so we're going to let A be -3 and B be -5. Let's start by plugging those values in. This becomes -3 times -5 over 15 plus -3 times 6 plus 7 times -5. And as you can see, I like to put the letter variables that I'm plugging in using parentheses because that helps me keep the work very nice and neat. Now we're going to evaluate this expression according to the order of operations. That is PEMDAS, or please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. That is to say, we're going to do what's in parentheses first, exponents next, if there are any, multiplication and division as they appear in the expression from left to right, and finally addition and subtraction as they appear in the expression from left to right. That is to say, they're treated as equals. So let's go ahead and get started. I can actually work out this left-hand side and right-hand side separately. Specifically, I can do -3 times -5. Negative times a negative is going to be a positive, so this is 15 over 15 plus -3 times, and this is where we really got to follow the order of operations. We have 6 plus 7 times -5. That is, we have addition and multiplication. Of course, we're going to do the multiplication before the addition. This becomes 6. 7 times -5, a positive times a negative is going to be a negative, and you should know that 7 times -5 is going to be -35. All right, let's keep working this out. You should know 15 divided by 15 is 1, so this is 1 plus -3 times, and we still have something in parentheses here to work out, so we're still working inside our parentheses over here. 6 minus 35 is going to be -29. All right, so what do we have left? We have addition here and multiplication here. Of course, we always do multiplication before addition, so let's go ahead and do that. What is a negative times a negative? It's going to be a positive, so this is going to be 1 plus. And what is -3 times -29? Well, that's the same thing as 29 times 3. 9 times 3 is 27, bring down a 7, carry a 2. 2 times 3 is 6, 7, 8. So this becomes 87 plus 1. 87 plus 1 is 88. So the answer to this one is B, 88. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is z to the x plus 2 power when x equals 2 and z equals 2? So since you're not permitted to use a calculator or a reference sheet on the actual ASVAB or PiCAT, you want to get in the habit of copying things down accurately. In this case, we have z to the x plus 2 power, and we're going to be letting x equal 2 and z equal 2. So in other words, we're going to plug those values in and evaluate this expression accordingly. So we're going to plug in 2 for x and 2 for z. This becomes 2 to the 2 plus 2 power. 2 plus 2 is 4, so this is 2 to the fourth power. 2 to the fourth power is the same thing as 2 multiplied by itself 4 times like so. And let's go ahead and work this out. 2 times 2 is 4. 4 times 2 is 8. 8 times 2 is 16. So the answer to this one, of course, is C, 16. This math knowledge practice test question says if x equals 2, what is the value of 8x minus x? So again, we're going to be evaluating the expression 8x minus x when x equals 2. So we're going to take 2 and plug it in for x here and here. This becomes 8 times 2 minus 2. We're going to follow the order of operations. So we're going to do multiplication first and subtraction after that. 8 times 2 is 16. 16 minus 2 is 14. So this one is D, 14. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says factor a to the third plus b to the third. So at first glance, this looks like a pretty challenging question. That said, on my website, asvabapp.com, I have a free reference sheet that you can download. And in that reference sheet, there is a page dedicated just to factoring. And in fact, you can see that there's a section for factoring the sum or difference of cubes. In this case, we have the sum of two cubes. So when we factor it, it's going to look like this. The only difference between this in my factoring guide is this is lowercase, this is uppercase. So this is going to be our answer, a plus b times a squared minus ab plus b squared. So this one is C. This is one of those cases where you just have to commit this pattern to memory. There's no real other way to factor this one without consuming a significant amount of your time. So again, check out my free reference sheet. I've had it on my website since 2018. This ASVAB PiCAT math knowledge practice test question says the factors of 2x squared plus xy minus 3y squared are. So in order to factor this one, we're going to use a method called the AC method. It says take a and multiply it by c. Well, what is a? It's right here. It's positive 2. What is c? It's right here. It's negative 3. 2 times negative 3 is negative 6. Identify b. Technically, there's a 1 coefficient in front of xy, so we know our b is going to be 1. Now we're looking for two numbers that multiply to negative 6, but add to positive 1. That's going to be negative 2 and positive 3. Negative 2 times positive 3 is negative 6. Negative 2 plus 3 is positive 1. Now we're going to take these two numbers and we're going to rewrite this middle term such that it's going to allow us to factor by grouping. So this becomes 2x squared minus 2xy uh, plus 3xy minus 3y squared. All right, now let's go ahead and factor by grouping. From 2x squared minus 2xy, I can factor out a 2x. And in parentheses, that leaves me with x minus y. Now, when I factor something from 3xy minus 3y squared, I want to get x minus y in parentheses. So what can I factor from there? I can factor out a positive 3 y, and that leaves me with x minus y in parentheses. Now, here's our solution. I'm going to combine this to be one term, 2x plus 3y. And then this repeated x minus y is going to be my other term, x minus y. And just like that, we factored this one. It's 2x plus 3y times x minus y, which is answer choice D, of course. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says the factors of x squared minus 8xy plus 16y squared are. So this is somewhat of a challenging factoring problem. trying to factor x squared minus 8xy plus 16y squared. If we can factor this one, it should look like this. X times x in parentheses. Again, x times x will give us our x squared. Now we're looking for two terms that when we multiply them together will give us positive 16y squared. But when we multiply this whole thing out, will give us negative 8xy. So that's going to be negative 4y and negative 4y. Again, negative 4y times negative 4y, a negative times a negative is positive. That's positive 16y squared. So our answer to this one is, again, we have x minus 4y. It repeats itself twice, so this is going to be x minus 4y squared. The correct answer is D. That said, let's check our work by quickly multiplying this out using the FOIL method. So let's take x and multiply it here and here. Let's take negative 4y and multiply it here and here. If this matches our original equation, we know we did our factoring correctly. X times x is x squared. X times negative 4y is negative 4xy. Negative 4y times x is negative 4xy. And finally, negative 4y times negative 4y is plus 16y squared. Let's reduce this. This is x squared minus 8xy. I simply added negative 4xy and negative 4xy together, plus 16y squared. Does this match our original equation? It does. Therefore, I'm confident that we factored this one correctly, and the correct answer is, in fact, D. This math knowledge practice test question says the greatest common factor of 24 and 36 is. So for this one, you have to understand the difference between your least common multiple and your greatest common factor. So the way I know the difference is like this. The greatest common factor of two numbers is always going to be smaller than the given two numbers. So I know that our greatest common factor of 24 and 36 is going to be smaller than 24 and 36. So 72 is not a possibility. What are the factors of 24 and 36? Well, 6 goes into both of them and 12 goes into both of them. The greatest or the biggest common factor is 12. Least common multiple. The least common multiple, as I just said, is always going to be bigger than the two numbers. And here's why. This is how you find the least common multiple. Line up those two numbers, 24 and 36, and then you list out their multiples. We have 24, 48, 72. Here we have 36, 72. What common multiple do they have? It's 72. So 72 was their least common multiple. 12 was their greatest common factor. ASVAB PiCAT math knowledge practice test question says the perimeter of a square and a rectangle are the same. If the rectangle has a length of 20 inches and a width of 12 inches, what is the area of the square? So I'm going to need three formulas to solve this one. First, I'm going to write down the formula to find the perimeter of a rectangle. That's 2 times its width plus 2 times its length. I'm going to write down the formula for the perimeter of a square. That's going to be 4 times its side length s, and the area of a square is s squared. All right, thankfully enough, we know these values. The width of our rectangle is 12 and its length is 20. We should be able to do this part mentally. 2 times 12 is 24. 2 times 20 is 40. 40 and 24 is 64. Well, according to the problem, the perimeter of the rectangle and the perimeter of the square are equal. I know this perimeter is 64, which means P here must also equal 64. So this is 64 equals 4s. In order to find the area of this square, I need the value of s. And so I'm going to solve this little equation for s by dividing both sides by 4. This crosses out, leaving you with s on this side. 64 divided by 4 is 16. So now I know s is 16. I can plug it in. This becomes 16 squared. That's the same thing as 16 times 16. You should know that that is going to be 256. So this one is D. That said, if you couldn't do that one mentally, work it off to the side. 6 times 6 is going to be 36. Carry a 3. 1 times 6 is 6 plus 3 is 9. Add a 0 placeholder. 1 times 6 is 6. 1 times 1 is 1. Let's add this up. This is 6 9 and 6 is 15, so carry a 1, and that's 2. So this one again is D. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is the product of the reciprocals of 2/3, 1 and 1/8, and 5? So product means multiply. More specifically, we're going to be multiplying the reciprocals of 2/3, 1 and 1/8, and 5. So first and foremost, we have to find the reciprocals of each of these. What is the reciprocal of 2/3? It's very easy to find. We just exchange our numerator and denominator. In other words, the reciprocal of 2/3 is going to be 3/2. So this is going to be 3/2 times. What is the reciprocal of 5? Well, I could write 5 as a fraction by placing it over 1. Again, 5 divided by 1 is just 5. Now I can find its reciprocal just like I did in the first part. That is to say, the reciprocal of 5/1 is going to be 1/5. And finally, let's work on finding the reciprocal of 1 and 1/8. The first thing to do is write this mixed number as an improper fraction. So we're going to do 1 times 8, which is 8 plus 1, which is 9. So this is 9/8 as a improper fraction. And to find the reciprocal of that, we just exchange our numerator and denominator. So the reciprocal of 1 and 1/8, which is the same thing as 9/8, is going to be 8/9. So this is times 8/9. When you multiply fractions, you just multiply straight across. In other words, this becomes 3 times 1 times 8, which is 24. 2 times 5 is 10, times 9 is 90. Of course, this isn't an answer choice because we can reduce this fraction. First, let's reduce it by a factor of 2. 24 divided by 2 is going to be 12. 90 divided by 2 is 45. This isn't an answer choice because we could reduce this further. 3 goes into both 12 as well as 45. 12 divided by 3 is 4. 45 divided by 3 is 15. All right, so the product of these reciprocals is going to be D 4/15. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says which equation can be used to calculate the hypotenuse of the right triangle. So to answer this one, you have to know the Pythagorean theorem. Again, you don't get a reference sheet on this test, so you do have to commit that one to memory. If you don't know it already, that is. Pythagorean theorem says a squared plus b squared equals c squared, where c is the hypotenuse of the right triangle and a and b are its legs. So I'm going to say a is 4 and b is 6. And let's go ahead and plug those values in accordingly. This becomes 4 squared plus 6 squared equals c squared. And if you look at our answer choices, they either start with c or c squared. So I'm going to move this c squared over here. This becomes c squared equals 4 squared plus 6 squared. Does this match one of our answer choices? Because if it does, we can stop right here. We don't have to go any further. C squared equals 4 squared plus 6 squared. So we can use equation B to calculate the hypotenuse of this right triangle. We do not have to go any further. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is 250.025 rounded to the nearest hundredth? So again, we're rounding 250.025 to the nearest hundredth. Again, that's going to be to the right of the decimal. This 0 is in the 10 spot, this 2 is in the 100 spot, and this 5 is in the 1,000 spot. So we're going to look at this 2 since it's in our 100 spot, and specifically we're going to look to the number to the right of 2. If the number to the right of 2 is 5 or greater, we round up. If it's below 5, we keep this 2 the same. Since this is 5, we're going to round this up, and this becomes 250.03. All right, so this one is C. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says the lengths of the sides of a triangle are 1/2 the lengths of the sides of a similar triangle. If a side of the larger triangle is 13 inches, how long is the corresponding side of the smaller triangle? So let's say this larger triangle has a side of 13 inches right here. This would be its corresponding side on the smaller triangle. And according to the problem, we know the corresponding side on the smaller triangle is half the length of the larger triangle. In other words, that's going to be 13 times 1/2. If you can't do that mentally, you could always do it the old-fashioned way. You could write 13 as a fraction by placing it over 1, then multiply straight across. This becomes 13 times 1, which is 13. 1 times 2 is 2. If you can't do 13 divided by 2 mentally, you could always do the long division. 13 divided by 2, 2 goes into 13 6 times without going over. 2 times 6 is 12. 13 minus 12 is 1. We have to add a decimal and a zero placeholder, bring the decimal into our answer, drop down the zero placeholder. 2 times 5 is exactly 10 with no remainder. So in other words, this corresponding side of the smaller triangle has a length of 6.5 inches, which is going to be A. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says simplify a plus b to the fifth over a plus b to the third. So there's actually two ways you can simplify this expression. You could use one of the laws of exponents, notably the quotient rule, to quickly simplify this one. That said, if it's test day and you're a little unsure as to how to proceed, you can do this one somewhat of the long way. A plus b to the fifth means you take a plus b and you multiply it by itself 5 times, of course. And a plus b to the third likewise means you take a plus b and you multiply it by itself 3 times, of course. And if you recall, you can cross out corresponding values in your numerator and denominator. So I'm going to cross out this pair of a and b, this pair of a and b, and this pair of a and b. And this leaves me with a plus b times a plus b in the numerator by itself. And we have a plus b times itself twice. So that's the same thing as a plus b squared. So this one simplifies to be a plus b squared. If you wanted to use the laws of exponents, notably the quotient rule, again, the quotient rule says if you have a to the m over a to the n, you simply subtract our exponents to be a to the m minus n. In this case, we're going to treat a plus b as a. So it looks like this, a plus b to the fifth over a plus b to the third is going to be equal to a plus b to the 5 minus 3, which is the same thing as a plus b squared. It really doesn't matter how you solve this one. Takes you about the same amount of time either way, but that is that one. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says simplify the expression 3x squared plus 5x plus 2 over x plus 1 times x squared minus 1 over x plus 1. Now, as a quick reminder, on the actual ASVAB and PiCAT, you're not permitted to use a calculator or a reference sheet. So as you work your way through these practice test questions, you want to get in the habit of copying them down accurately on your own scratch paper and working them out yourselves. Now, what we're doing here is multiplying two rational expressions. And the first thing we're going to do to simplify this expression is we're going to factor this numerator and then we're going to factor this numerator. So let's go ahead and do that. Again, we're not going to do anything with the denominator just yet. So let's just copy those down as is. Now, right here, we have the difference of squares. So in factored form, x squared minus 1 is going to be x plus 1, x minus 1. All right, let's go ahead and work on factoring 3x squared plus 5x plus 2. Again, if we can factor it, it's going to look like this, 3x times x. And we're looking for two numbers that multiply to positive 2, but will eventually add to 5x. So that's going to be plus 1 plus 2. 2 times 1 is 2. Again, this will become 3x times 1, which is 3x. 2 times x, which is 2x. 3x plus 2x is how we get that 5x. All right, so again, we're going to treat this rational expression like a pair of fractions. And when you multiply two fractions, you just multiply straight across. So in doing that, we're just going to create one big expression here. Again, our denominator is going to become x plus 1, x plus 1. And our numerator is going to become 3x plus 2 times x plus 1 times x plus 1 times x minus 1. Now, as we would with fractions, we're going to cross out corresponding values in our numerator and denominator. So we're going to cross out these corresponding pairs of x plus 1 there and there. And in doing so, we're left with this. 3x plus 2 times x minus 1. That's clearly not an answer choice because we can simplify this even further by expanding this by foiling it. So we're going to take 3x, we're going to multiply it here and here, and then we're going to take 2 and multiply it here and here. So let's do that. 3x times x is going to be 3x squared. 3x times negative 1 is negative 3x. 2 times x is positive 2x. 2 times negative 1 is negative 2. Of course, this isn't an answer choice because we can combine these like terms in the middle here, and I'm going to do that up here. This becomes 3x squared. What is negative 3x plus 2x? That's going to be negative x minus 2. So this is our answer, and we can see b is 3x squared minus x minus 2. So this one is b. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says simplify 2x squared plus 5x plus 2 over x plus 1 times x squared minus 1 over x plus 2. So these are called rational expressions. We're multiplying them together. In order to simplify rational expressions, you first factor whatever you can, and then you cross reduce accordingly. So I'm going to rewrite this one like this to make it a little bit easier to see. I can't factor x plus 2, so I'm just going to bring that down. How do I factor x squared minus 1? Well, that's just x plus 1 times x minus 1. We can't factor x plus 1 here, so just bring it down as is. But this 2x squared plus 5x plus 2 is something we can factor using the AC method. We're going to multiply 2, which is A, times 2, which is C. 2 times 2 is 4. We're going to identify B. B is 5. Now we're looking for two numbers that multiply to 4 and add to 5, so that's going to be 1 and 4. 1 times 4 is 4. 1 plus 4 is 5. We're going to take 1 and 4 and rewrite this middle term, and then we're going to factor by grouping. So this is 2x squared. I'm going to put this 4 first, plus 4x plus 1x. 1x is just x plus 2. Now we're going to factor by grouping. From these first two terms, I can factor out a 2x. This leaves me with x plus 2 in parentheses. Now from these next two terms, I want to factor out something that gives me x plus 2 in parentheses. So I'm going to factor out a 1. So this is plus 1 times x plus 2. All right, so our factoring is going to be 2x plus 1. That's one solution times x plus 2. So we just factored that, and we're going to write that up here. We have 2x plus 1 times x plus 2. All right, so now we can cross reduce. We have an x plus 1 here and an x plus 1 here. So we're going to leave a 1 down here to represent that this is divided by 1. Then we have an x plus 2 here and an x plus 2 here. Again, if it's helpful, put that 1 there. 2x plus 1 divided by 1 is just 2x plus 1. And this is times x minus 1 over 1, which is just x minus 1. So this is our solution. Of course, in order to have it match one of these answer choices, we have to multiply it out using the FOIL method. So we're going to multiply 2x here and here, and we're going to multiply 1 here and here. And let's do that very quickly. 2x times x is 2x squared. 2x times negative 1 is negative 2x. 1 times x is just plus x. And then 1 times negative 1 is negative 1. Let's simplify that. This is 2x squared. Negative 2x minus x is minus x. And then we just have negative 1. So this is our answer, 2x squared minus x minus 1. You can see that that is answer choice B. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says if x is a positive integer, solve x squared plus 6x equals 16. So I'm going to copy this one down as is. We're trying to solve for x. We have x squared plus 6x equaling 16. Again, we're told x has to be a positive integer. So you should recognize that if I subtract 16 from both sides, this becomes x squared plus 6x minus 16, and 16 minus 16 is 0. We have a quadratic trinomial with the leading coefficient of 1, which means if we could factor it, it's going to look like this. Now we can solve for x. We're looking for two numbers that multiply to negative 16, but add to positive 6. That's going to be negative 2 and positive 8. Again, negative 2 times positive 8 is negative 16. 8 minus 2 is 6. All right, so now we're going to set each of these equal to 0 individually. We have x minus 2 equals 0 and x plus 8 equals 0. Add 2 to both sides to solve for x here. This crosses out. This says x equals 2. Subtract 8 from both sides here. This says x equals -8. What was the stipulation in this question? X has to be a positive integer. This is a negative integer, so our only solution is x equals 2. So this one is A. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says solve for x. We have x squared minus x minus 6 equals 0. So this is a quadratic trinomial with a leading coefficient of 1. Therefore, we should be able to factor it. And if we can, it's going to look like this. X times x in parentheses equals 0. Now we're looking for two numbers that multiply to -6 but add to -1. It's going to be -3 and +2. Again, -3 times +2 is -6. -3 plus 2 is -1. Now that we've factored this, we're going to set each of these equal to 0 independently, and then we're going to solve for x. So I'm going to say x minus 3 equals 0. That's going to be one of our solutions, and x plus 2 equals 0. That's going to be our other solution. To get x by itself over here, we just add 3 to both sides. This says x equals 3. To get x by itself over here, we're going to subtract 2 from both sides. This says x equals -2. So our solution is x equals 3 or x equals -2. So this one, as you can see, is going to be B. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says simplify 3x squared minus 2x times 3x minus 4. So again, on the ASVAB and PiCAT, you do not get a reference sheet or a calculator. So if you can't solve this one mentally, you have to copy it down on your own scratch paper and work it out. In this case, we're going to take this -2x and we have to distribute it here and here. So this becomes 3x squared. What is -2x times positive 3x? Again, a negative times a positive is going to be a negative. 2 times 3 is 6, and x times x is x squared. And then finally, what is -2x times -4? Again, a negative times a negative is going to be a positive. Specifically, -2x times -4 is going to be positive 8x. Now, this isn't an answer choice because we can simplify this expression further by combining like terms. We have 3x squared and -6x squared. Those are like terms, so we can combine them. 3x squared minus 6x squared is going to be -3x squared. Now that I've combined them, I like to cross them out. So we have -3x squared plus 8x. And now we fully simplified this expression. And as you can see, this one is going to be answer choice D, of course. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says if 5a plus 50 equals 150, then a is. So we're solving this equation. 5a plus 50 equals 150 for a. That is to say we want to get a equal to something by itself. You should expect to see 3 or 4 questions involving solving equations in the math knowledge subtest of the ASVAB. So make sure you get good at this. In this case, this is a two-step equation. So we're going to start by subtracting 50 from both sides. This crosses out, leaving you with 5a over here. 150 minus 50 is 100. To get a by itself, we're going to divide both sides by 5 now. In doing so, this crosses out. 100 divided by 5 is 20. So a in this case is 20. If you want to check your work, now that we know a is 20, we can plug it back into the original equation and see if it makes a true statement. Again, this becomes 5 times 20 plus 50 equals 150. 5 times 20 is 100 plus 50 equals 150. 100 plus 50 is 150. Does 150 equal 150? It does, so we're confident that B is the correct answer. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is the value of x if 2/5 x minus 17 equals 15? So we're solving the equation 2/5 x minus 17 equals 15. In other words, we want to get x equal to something by itself. So the first thing we're going to do is add 17 to both sides of the equation. This crosses out, leaving you with 2/5 x over here. 17 plus 15, if you can't do it mentally, do it off to the side. 5 plus 7 is 12, carry a 1. This is 3, so this is 32. To get rid of this 2/5 in front of x, we're going to multiply both sides of the equation by the reciprocal, notably by 5 over 2. This crosses out here and here, leaving you with x on this side. Now, this math's actually pretty easy to do. I can write 32 as a fraction by placing it over 1. Now I'm multiplying two fractions, but before I do that, I can actually cross reduce because I know 2 goes into 2 one time. 32 divided by 2 is 16. So what does this become? 16 over 1. 16 divided by 1 is 16 times 5 over 1. What is 5 divided by 1? It's just 5. So our answer is 16 times 5. If you can't do that mentally, do it off to the side again. On test day, you will have scratch paper. 6 times 5 is 30. Bring down a 0, carry a 3. 1 times 5 is 5, plus 3 is 8. So x in this case is going to be C, 80. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says if 7 over 32 times 32 over 7 equals 5p, what is the value of p? In other words, we're going to be solving this equation for p. In other words, we want to get p equal to something by itself. Now, since you're not permitted to use a calculator or a reference sheet on the actual ASVAB or PiCAT, you want to get in the habit of copying things down accurately on your own scratch paper. Now that I've done that, let's go ahead and think about how we're going to solve this one. On the left-hand side of the equal sign, we're multiplying two fractions, but that said, you should notice that we can actually cross-reduce these fractions before doing any multiplication. Specifically, I can say 32 goes into 32 one time, 32 goes into 32 one time, 7 goes into 7 one time, 7 goes into 7 one time. 1 divided by 1 is just 1. 1 divided by 1 is just 1 equals 5p. 1 times 1 is 1 equals 5p. Again, to get p by itself, we're going to divide both sides of this equation by 5. In doing so, this crosses out. This says p is equal to 1/5. If you want to rewrite it, you could say p equals 1/5 like that. So the answer to this one, of course, is A, 1/5. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says if the square root of x plus 6 equals 16, then x equals. So I'm going to start by copying this one down. The square root of x plus 6 equals 16. Again, we're solving this equation for x. So we want to get x equal to something by itself. So let's subtract 6 from both sides. This crosses out, leaving you with the square root of x over here equals 16 minus 6 is 10. To get rid of this square root, we're going to square both sides of our equation. Uh, the square of a square root, just cancel those out, leaving you with x over here. 10 squared is the same thing as 10 times 10, which is 100. So x is 100, as you can see. That said, it's always a good idea to quickly check your work. And to do that, we're going to take 100 and we're going to plug it in for x. This says the square root of 100 plus 6 equals 16. If this makes a true statement, we know we did our work correctly. Square root of 100 is 10 plus 6 equals 16. 10 plus 6 is 16. Does 16 equal 16? It does. Therefore, we know D is the correct answer. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is 8n squared plus 4n to the fourth plus 1? Subtract it from 4n to the fourth minus 8n plus 4. So a lot of people get stuck as to how to get started with this one. In this case, you're subtracting two polynomials. This is one polynomial and this is another polynomial. That said, to make it a little bit easier to comprehend, what if it said this? What is 1 subtracted from 2? Most of you would go, that's 2 minus 1. Well, we're essentially doing the same thing. So again, this one says, what is 8n squared plus 4n to the fourth plus 1? Subtract it from 4n to the fourth minus 8n plus 4. So it's going to look like this. 4n to the fourth minus 8n plus 4. And from that, we're subtracting this entire polynomial, 8n squared plus 4n to the fourth plus 1. That is to say, we got to take this negative sign and distribute it here, here, and here. So let's go ahead and do that. This becomes 4n to the fourth minus 8n plus 4. Negative times positive 8n squared is going to be negative 8n squared. Negative times positive 4n to the fourth becomes negative 4n to the fourth. And negative times positive 1 is negative 1. Now that we've distributed that negative sign, all we have to do is go through this expression and combine our like terms. So starting with 4n to the fourth, you can see that its corresponding like term is right here, negative 4n to the fourth. 4n to the fourth minus 4n to the fourth, those just cancel each other out. So it's just 0. and we don't have to write 0, of course. Let's go ahead and move on by the next power. The next power is going to be negative 8n squared. It doesn't have a corresponding like term, so just bring it down as is. This is negative 8n squared. Cross it out. Then let's move on to negative 8n. It doesn't have a corresponding like term, so all we're going to do is bring it down, of course. And then finally, we have 4 and negative 1. 4 plus negative 1 is simply going to be 3. So this is the result when we subtract these two polynomials, and you can see it is A, of course. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is negative 2x plus 1 subtracted from 2x minus 1? So in other words, we're being asked to subtract polynomials in this case. And in case you're confused as to how to get started, what if this said, for example, what is 2 subtracted from 5? Well, you would simply do 5 minus 2. We're going to do the same thing, albeit algebraically. Again, this says, what is negative 2x plus 1 subtracted from 2x minus 1? So it's going to look like this, algebraically, 2x minus 1. And we're subtracting this entire polynomial. So we have to put parentheses there. And in parentheses, we're going to put this polynomial, negative 2x plus 1, because as you can see, we have to take this negative sign here and distribute it here and here. That is to each term in this polynomial. So that this becomes 2x minus 1. Negative times negative 2x becomes positive 2x. Again, a negative times a negative is a positive. Negative times positive 1. A negative times a positive is a negative, so this is minus 1. Now, to simplify this expression here, all we're going to do is go through it and combine like terms. Like terms have the same letter variables raised to the same power. So 2x and 2x are like terms. 2x plus 2x is simply 4x. Now that I combine them, I'm going to cross them out. Negative 1 plus negative 1 is going to be negative 2. So the subtraction of these two polynomials yields 4x minus 2, which of course is answer choice B. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is negative 3x plus 1 subtracted from 3x minus 1? Now, in this case, we're being asked to subtract polynomials. That is, we're going to subtract this polynomial from this polynomial. But in case it's helpful to see it, let's use some real numbers to think about this one. What if this one said, what is 2 subtracted from 5? You would do 5 minus 2. Well, we're going to do the same thing here. Again, we're subtracting this polynomial from this polynomial, and this is how you have to set this one up. 3x minus 1 minus, again, we're subtracting every term here, so it's going to be parentheses negative 3x plus 1. Now, the next step is to take this negative and distribute it here and here. So this is 3x minus 1. Negative times a negative is going to be a positive. So negative times negative 3x is going to be plus 3x. Negative times a positive is a negative. So negative times positive 1 is negative 1. Now, to simplify this, all we have to do is combine our like terms. 3x and 3x is 6x. Cross it out now that they're combined. Negative 1 and negative 1 is negative 2. So this one is going to be A, of course. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is the volume of a cube with edge lengths of 7 centimeters? So to find the volume of a cube, you take its edge length, which I'm going to call A, and you're going to cube it. Well, in this case, we're told that A is 7 centimeters. So this is 7 to the third. What is 7 to the third equal to? That's 7 multiplied by itself 3 times. 7 times 7 is 49. What is 49 times 7? Well, if you can't do that one mentally, there's no shame in doing it off to the side. 9 times 7 is going to be 63. So bring down a 3, carry a 6. 4 times 7 is 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. All right, so the volume of a cube with edge lengths of 7 centimeters is 343 centimeters. And since we're talking about volume, this is going to be cubed. So this one is C. You just have to know this formula for this test. This math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says, what is the volume of a right circular cylinder that has a radius of 5 units and a height of 6 units. So again, on the ASVAB and PiCAT, you're not permitted to use a reference sheet or a calculator. So for that reason, you have to commit these formulas to memory. Thankfully enough, this one's pretty simple to derive as long as you know how to find the area of a circle. And let's talk about that for a second. So first of all, what does a right circular cylinder look like? It's a circular face that is connected to another circular face like so. In other words, what we're going to do to find its volume is we're going to find the area of one of its circular faces. And again, this is the radius of this circular face. Let's find the area of this circular face. The area of a circle is pi r squared. And what we're going to do is multiply that circular face's area by the height of the cylinder. And just like that, we derive the formula to find the volume of a right circular cylinder. So all we have to do is identify these values from the problem and plug them in accordingly. We know this radius, our r, is 5, and its height is 6. So let's plug this in accordingly. This becomes pi 5 squared times 6. Uh, this becomes pi 5 squared is 5 times 5 are 25 times 6. 25 times 4 would, of course, be 100. 25 times 5 would be 125. 25 times 6 is 150. So the volume, in other words, of this right circular cylinder is C 150 pi. Again, as long as you can find the area of a circle, you should be able to find the volume of a right circular cylinder very easily. This very easy math knowledge practice test question for the ASVAB and PiCAT says the volume of the box is. So for the ASVAB and PiCAT, you have to memorize a lot of basic formulas from geometry, including how to find perimeter, area, and volume. On my website, asvabapp.com, I have a free reference sheet you can download. But in this case, we're trying to find the volume of a box, which is a rectangular prism. That formula is very easy to remember. It's length times width times height. This is our length. This is our width. This is our height. So let's just plug those in and multiply them together. This becomes 8 times 3 times 4. Now there's a few ways you can do this. I'm going to do 8 and 3 times 4 is 12. I know my 12 times tables pretty well. 8 times 12 is 96. So the volume of this box is D 96 cubic units. Now, if you didn't know 8 times 12 is 96, of course you could do 12 times 8 off to the side. 2 times 8 is 16, carry a 1. 8 times 1 is 8, plus 1 is 9. All right, so that is that one. These questions do get harder since the ASVAB and PiCAT are computer adaptive. That said, you do have to memorize these basic formulas. And in my opinion, a lot of people do poorly on this test because they simply don't take the time to look at a reference sheet and try to commit these formulas to memory. This ASVAB PiCAT arithmetic reasoning practice test question says two go-karts are racing on a circular track with a perimeter of 360 feet. Camera 1 is following go-kart 1 and camera 2 is following go-kart 2. If the angle between the two cameras is 180 degrees, how far apart are the two go-karts? So in this case, you have to know that we're going to be finding the arc length of this circle. To do that, we're going to take theta, which is the measure of the central angle. We know that's 180 degrees in this case. We're going to divide that by 360 degrees. That is the number of degrees in the circle. And then we're going to multiply that by 2 pi r. 2 pi r is the circumference or the perimeter of the circle. In this case, we were told that the perimeter or circumference of this circle is 360. So all we have to do is 180 over 360 times 360. These cross out, leaving us with 180. So they're 180 feet apart on the track.